Recording in progress.
Good evening. Tonight is the September 17th, 2024 meeting of the City Council of the City of Louisville. Let's get a roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson.
Here.
Councilmember Fahey.
Here.
Mayor Lay.
Here.
Councilmember Bierman.
Here.
Councilmember Hefner.
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton. Here. Councilmember Kern.
Okay, would you join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda tonight?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The next part of our meeting is public comments on items not on the agenda and items on the consent agenda. It's time when anybody from the public can fill out a card out in the lobby there. There are cards. Bring them to the clerk. You get a chance to speak on just about anything you'd like to speak on. Total of 3 minutes. You don't have to speak for 3 minutes. You can speak for a shorter period of time. If there's somebody else in the room who cedes their time to you, you can speak for up to 6 minutes. Again, you don't have to speak that whole period. And it's true for the folks online as well. If you can point to somebody who is, in fact, ceding their time, you get 6 minutes, but otherwise it's 3. We got a very full agenda, but we always welcome public comments. So are there any folks that are signed up for public comment?
First, I have Scott to be followed by Hazel Van Zale.
Let me say one thing before we get going on that I haven't said, which is that it's really important that we get the widest possible range of comments. And I just ask you not to cheer, not to boo, because it makes it harder for people who might be willing to say something, might be like, ooh, I'm going to get shouted down or something like that. We don't want that. So I know everybody would appreciate that probably when they're talking, and if you could do that too, that would be great. Anyway, first up is
Scott.
welcome, Scott.
The microphone is on. Push the button.
All right, great. There we go. All right, pleasure to address you guys today. First time being here to a city council meeting. Recently moved to Louisville about a year ago. Absolutely love the direction that the city's gone in. We're all sorry, tough. Here representing my kids. We've all suffered from the Marshall Fire. Wow. I have a tough time speaking about this because I feel a great sense of guilt. I used to work building oil refineries. Until my firstborn came along, really made me understand the importance of what we have to do as a society to reduce our consumption of fossil fuels as much as possible, to avoid ecological collapse. And if you don't know this, then you really need to look into what the future holds unless we take drastic action. So the city's on track. Everything that I've read, the impacts that are being pushed at the city level, keep these up because I had a whole speech and I just totally fell apart. So I just want to say thank you. Keep moving forward. It's a beautiful city. It's going to get better and better and better. we just can't turn back. So keep doing everything that we can, reduce our dependence on energy and fossil fuels, and promote sustainable, renewable energy as much as possible. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next is Hazel Van Zyl, to be followed by John Sullivan.
And just a word of comment. I know previous speaker is new. These comments during this part of the meeting are addressed to things that are not on the agenda. We are going to be dealing in a little bit with energy code, which isn't the same thing that the first speaker talked about exactly, but I just want to remind people there'll be plenty of time to chime in on those issues in just a little bit, no matter how, and it doesn't mean that they're not important issues. It means they're so important that we're actually going to cover them later in the meeting. But thanks. Go ahead.
Hello, I am Hazel Van Zyl, an 8th grader at Louisville Middle School, and I'm here to talk to you about climate action. As a city, we are definitely prioritizing climate action, and we're doing very well. We're working towards being more efficient with our fossil fuels, and we have all these things set in place, but I think we need to prioritize more climate action now, because if we wait any longer, the situation will just get worse and worse and worse. And if we don't do anything like right now in this year or like really soon, then it will be even harder to improve our situation. And I say we as a collective, because even though individual action like biking more or driving less, throwing away less things, recycling more, all that stuff, that's great, but we need to do more collective community, city, state, country action to actually have a much bigger impact on our world and the climate, to make it a better place for people of the future like me and those girls and all the other people and students and children who are like living today in a kind of okay climate, but in the future it's going to be way worse, and we don't want to be like living on Mars, but we're on Earth, where we have to stay inside, have masks on when we go outside just because the air is terrible for us to breathe. So as a collective, we need to do more climate action and less, let's say something is cheaper or faster, but it's worse for the climate. We would want to go that way, right? No. You want to go to the more climate efficient way, because even though it might be more expensive or slower right now, it probably most definitely will save money and time in the future for trying to fix the problems that you didn't account for now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is John Sullivan, to be followed by Tiffany Boyd.
Good evening. My name is John Sullivan. My wife and I live on Sycamore Lane in Ward 3. I'm here to give some of the reasons for reducing the speed limit on Via Appia from 35 to 25. Wes Marshall, professor at CU Denver, has published many works on traffic safety and traffic, and he's also the author of the recently published book, Killed by a Traffic Engineer. In response to my outline of the changes that were made to Via Appia, he responded there certainly should be a study of the speed limit, analysis of the speed limit. The president of Strong Towns, in his book, Confessions of a Recovering Engineer, identifies the difference between a road and a street. A road has limited entry and exit. It doesn't share any space with bicycles or pedestrians. It's designed for high speed. A street, by contrast, usually has many intersections, certainly shares the space, and is designed for lower speeds. Via Appia is a street, just like other streets, not a road. The Nobel Prize winner of the book Thinking Fast and Slow defines two ways of thinking. System one is off the top of your head. What's 2 plus 2? What's 2 times 2? As an example, he gives driving on an open road. You're right off the top of your head. You're not paying attention. Slow, the system two deals with complexity, and it requires focus, it requires attention, and he gives an example trying to park in a constrained parking space. Via Appia is a complex system two type street. Public Works has estimated it takes, from driving from Boulder Road to McCaslin, it takes 1 more minute at 25 miles an hour than it does at 35 miles an hour. My very conservative assumptions about reaction braking time leads me to estimate it takes 40 more feet to stop a vehicle at 35 miles an hour than it does at 25 miles an hour. The speed limit on Via Appia should be lowered to 25. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tiffany Boyd, to be followed by Arthur Tauger.
I can talk really loud. I'm good at projecting.
Can't hear you.
Okay, true. Is that good? Should I go over here?
I think you're good. It'll pick you up.
Okay.
Yeah, you can stand here.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? All right. Hello. Tiffany Boyd, 550 Grant Avenue. Good evening, council members. Once again, I want to express my appreciation for your continued service to our community. All of us in this room, we care deeply about the health of the people and the natural resources in our town, and your ongoing commitment to protect people and the planet is necessary for us to thrive for generations to come, so thank you. Tonight I want to specifically thank you for the continued quest that you have taken on to take climate action as a town. Climate change is ever present in our lives, and yet very few people see those connections between the science that continues to give us data and proves that our temperatures continue to rise, and the policies that acknowledge the collective agency that we need to take action. You, as a council, you've demonstrated that action, so thank you. You have paid attention to the science. We have all unique roles in our community. The majority of citizens do not have time to come to council meetings or to write in. When I had young kids, I never came here. However, so thank you, Scott, for taking the time. However, our city works really hard at finding out what matters to citizens, even if they can't be here, even if they can't write in. And what we do is we hand out surveys. When surveyed, over 85% of people in Louisville are concerned about climate change, and they want our city to continue to take that climate action. Just talk to Marshall Fire survivors. Climate scientists gather data, and we have a multitude of climate scientists in Boulder County, many of whom live here in Louisville, and they strive to provide the rationale and the data behind our decisions. Educators, such as myself, strive to give young people a voice for their future. We help students to learn the science of climate change so that they can advocate for the policies that protect the air that they breathe, the water that they drink, and the healthy future that they so desperately deserve. Youth agency leads to hope, and local action right here. This is where we can make a difference. And you have continued to honor the voices of students who want a livable future. City council members have a unique and important position in our town. You are the bridge. You're the bridge between data and action. And that's what policy is. You research and you listen to the facts that guide the direction that our community and our planet is headed in. Your job is hard. You are frequently faced with the issues of now in our community and cost. And these issues of now are definitely important. But for decades, the issues of now have meant that the silent crisis of our warming planet has been kicked down the road. In the last few years, you haven't kicked it down the road. You've taken action, and you've made policies. You've told the next generation that their future matters. So thank you for that.
Next is Arthur Taugert, followed by Josh Cooperman.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Arthur Tauber, and I'm a freshman at Monarch High School. And I'm here today to talk about the importance of climate action. I'd first like to thank all of you for, in the past, hearing out students and their voices. You may have heard me before during other public comments or advocating for certain bills. And I hope that you will hear me out again today. Thank you. Climate change is one of the biggest issues that is affecting us right now. When we ignore climate change and its effects or pay minute detail to them, as thankfully you guys have not, but these things do end up boiling over, as we saw in the Marshall Fire. While it wasn't entirely attributed to climate change, there were effects like high winds from extreme weather or dry grass from droughts that definitely helped it spread and allowed it to become what it did. But I'm gonna take a path off, stop talking about the Marshall Fire for a second because I was lucky enough to not be affected by it and talk about my mindset when it comes to climate action and most things in general, which is just because I can't do everything, I'll do what I can. And this mindset can be applied to every level of climate change. For instance, I'm here talking about giving public comments, and I'll be giving more later today, but these public comments by themselves aren't doing anything unless you guys take action on them. And even then, you guys are only city legislature, which don't do nearly as much as compared to something like state legislature or the president or the whole world, as this is a global issue after all. But you can still do a lot at the city level. And I believe I can still do a lot at an individual level. And I hope that you guys can also inherit this mindset and use it for more progressive policies that will help push towards a better future. And this was actually one of the things, while writing the speech, I realized this was one of the things that related to something that I was always told in school, which was the difference between a growth and a fixed mindset. I didn't usually pay much mind to this, but this is actually the perfect example of that. We could stay in the fixed mindset of we can't do everything, so we shouldn't do anything, or we could think, well, we can set an example and we can do things that will push better policies and help the entire world and hopefully lead to less natural disasters and keep our air cleaner. So I hope that you guys will consider this and push for more climate legislature. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Josh Cooperman, to be followed by Tess.
Josh Cooperman. I live in Louisville. Recently, my good friend and fellow LSAB member John Cowley gifted me a copy of the Climate Book, a compendium of essays on climate change edited by Greta Thunberg. One of the book's recurring themes is the insufficient media coverage of climate change given the enormity of the effects of climate change and the urgency of preventing more global warming. So, at Councillor Fahey's suggestion, I will use my 3 minutes to highlight some recent climate change news. So diverse, numerous, and widespread are the impacts of climate change that I will only be able to share a glimpse of its effects. First, for the third consecutive year, climate change-driven seasonal drought has significantly reduced water levels in the Mississippi River, compromising shipping routes. Last year's drought resulted in $14.8 billion in economic losses. Second, in Europe during the summer of 2023, excessive heat driven by climate change resulted in 47,000 deaths. This year, in Brazil's Pantanal, the world's largest tropical wetland, yes, a tropical wetland, wildfires made 40% more intense by climate change have burned more than 1.3 million hectares. In Pakistan, in 2022, flooding made 50% worse by climate change submerged 1/3 of the country, affecting 33 million people and resulting in 1,700 deaths. In 2022, Hurricane Ian, intensified by climate change, caused a staggering $118 billion in damages in Florida and South Carolina. A recent working paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research estimates that each degree Celsius of global warming reduces GDP by 12%. And a recent paper in Environmental Research Letters demonstrates that methane emissions have increased over the past 5 years despite pledges of steep reductions, tracking scenarios with 3 degrees of global warming. The International Court of Justice is expected to rule early next year on the obligations of states under international law to ensure protection of the climate system from anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions for present and future generations, and on the legal consequences under these obligations for states where they, by their acts and omissions, have caused significant harm to the climate system. Recall, the United States is responsible for nearly 20% of all greenhouse gas emissions to date, the largest share of any nation. I would argue that we already have moral and ethical obligations. I look forward to the court's ruling on our legal obligations. But all is not doom and gloom, for we largely know how to tackle climate change. First, stop burning fossil fuels. Second, build out renewable energy and battery storage. Third, electrify everything. Will this be painful? Maybe a little bit, but not nearly as painful as continuing on our current trajectory.
Thanks, Josh.
Next is Tess, to be followed by Christian Dino.
Okay, hi. I'm Tess Valtzine. Thank you for taking the time from here to me today. I am calling from my college dorm, so if you hear something in the background, I'm sorry. I know City Council is having some discussions about climate change and sustainability, and I just wanted to remind, and more importantly, thank you for the actions you've taken to address climate change in our town. You have responded and listened to my generation's voices, which is something we truly appreciate. I've been testifying and giving public comment here since my freshman year of high school during COVID on Zoom. Now I'm a freshman in college, and I'm sitting here in my dorm that has no air conditioning as another heat wave has hit Wisconsin. Felt like 107 the day I moved in. My first night of college was meant to be spent in the dorm, but instead at the hotel with my parents because it was so hot many of us couldn't even breathe. It was so sad to look back on the days before I left for my orientation this summer. I was so excited about getting everything ready for my classes, all the normal things a new freshman worries about. And yet, as I'm on the plane to Madison, I was receiving notifications about the multiple fires back home in Colorado. My dad had just had a major surgery before we left. He couldn't evacuate himself. So here I am sitting on the plane, and I had to watch as my mom frantically texted my dad, telling him to check the news, trying to find a way if he needed to evacuate himself and our dog. I'm trying to start this new life here, but all I can think about is the climate crisis. It follows me wherever I go. And honestly, it doesn't feel fair. It feels like my generation is facing this all-encompassing fear, and I can't even imagine the kids even younger than me. How are they supposed to comprehend that the world that they were brought into is on fire, it's flooding and destroying their physical and mental health? Who is going to tell them that they might not have a future if we don't change now? When I used to speak here before you guys, I would say something like, I want my kids to have a healthy town to grow up in, or I want to raise a family in a clean and safe space. That is completely changed. Now I wake up and hope for clean air in the morning so I can go for a run. My asthma has gotten so much worse this summer with the smoke. My friends want to graduate college without a natural disaster destroying the place they call home. We want to focus on our classes, our majors, and making friends. We don't want this awful gut feeling every time we look at the news and see another impact of climate change. We don't want our mental health to be so impacted by this. Microplastics have recently been found in human blood samples. Our food is covered in pesticides, the water we drink has heavy metals. People can't breathe the air, another species has gone extinct. Hope is diminishing, and it's overtaking my generation's life. This is no longer a climate crisis, but a mental health crisis, a physical health crisis, and something we must take immediate action for. My generation looks to the people in power to make the change that we need. Local action has repeatedly been shown to create an incredible impact. We have done great things as a town already, and I'm so proud to be part of this community. The climate clock is now 4 years and 307 days. That is how long we have before climate change becomes irreversible.
Thank you,
It is the
Tess.
time we have to save planet Earth. I beg you to use this time wisely. Oh, thank you. Sorry. I'm all done.
Next is Christian Dino. Christian, we can't hear you on our end if you're speaking. No, still not working. Sorry, Christian.
Christian, it doesn't appear that, it appears that your microphone is on, but we don't hear you. Now it appears that your microphone is off and we don't hear you. I think we're going to have to move on, but perhaps we can.
Can I ask a question?
Yep, looks like we
Christian, are you on 2 devices? Let me try something.
looks like we've got another device coming in, maybe.
We have another Christian.
I just jumped onto my phone. Can you hear me now?
That works. We can hear you.
Okay. Thanks. My name's Christian Dino, 967 El Dorado Lane, Louisville, Colorado. Based on all the comments so far, I would guess that we have a sustainability special interest item on the agenda. Louisville has done a lot towards making strides in being more sustainable, more environmentally, more energy friendly. However, some of these strides have gone too far. When the building code was adopted for the energy
Christian,
code,
I'm going to interrupt you.
yeah,
We're going to be dealing with the energy code in another part of the meeting. Do you have something?
I understand that, but you've let 8 or 9 sustainability special interest folks speak that you need to be more sustainable, which goes directly towards the items on that agenda.
They talked a little more generally, Christian. You can talk generally about sustainability without talking about the code.
Okay. So the things that have been done have already gone too far. I think that council needs to consider what can actually be done, what is achievable. And I think that there are a lot of strides that can be made through people deciding to make that choice for themselves. It's not something that necessarily needs to be handed down through legislature. Thank you.
Thanks, Christian. Okay. Thank you for all the folks that gave public comment, online or otherwise. Now we're going to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
We got a second? I'll second it. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All right, council informational comments on pertinent items not on the agenda. Do we have any council comments on items not on the agenda? No. I have one just small comment, which is that I think there's going to be a baseball game this weekend that is going to be over at Miners Field. I believe it's at 11 o'clock on Saturday. Going to be an awful lot of fun, sort of throwback to, I believe, 1860, which was a little bit further back than the city actually went, but go with it. It's going to be an exciting time. So if you're able to come out there, it'll be a lot of fun for everybody. The other thing I was going to mention, sometimes when people are watching us, they see us tapping away on our computers. I can't speak for anybody but myself, but I'll speak for myself. I take a lot of notes during these meetings, and partly that's just because that's how I process. Everybody processes information a little differently. I'd rather put it into computer form, and I hope that it doesn't take away from other people's experience. And I try to use that both to guide some of my questions and to be able to synthesize some of the concerns that council members are making in their comments, so I can hopefully summarize some of the things that we've heard at the end of different discussions, and also folks who are providing comment either on Zoom or in person. I just throw that out because I think sometimes it may look like we have our minds elsewhere. And I think you can always ask any of us if we had our minds elsewhere on any given thing. Welcome to do that. But I wanted to say that because I think it's important. Yeah, I think sometimes your words and your ideas, people think, wow, they're not paying attention or whatever. And this is just my particular way of paying attention. I think all the council members pay attention and care very deeply what's said in this room and to one another and to the folks on Zoom. So I just wanted to throw that out, just to let people know that. All right. Any other comments, council members? Nope. All right. City manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, there is a vintage baseball game at 11 p.m. this Saturday. I also wanted to highlight this last weekend was the library's 100th birthday. They had a great event. Go check out our library, 100 years old and still thriving. It is also still Preparedness Month, so this is a reminder for everyone to sign up for your BOCO alerts. There's a banner on our webpage with more information there. Also, check out the upcoming events. There's a couple of, there's a grassland-focused event and another preparedness event coming up in the next couple of weeks. And then we have some of our staff from Sustainability, Parks, and Public Works out tonight receiving an award from the Regional Air Quality Council because Louisville was named their Clean Air Champion for all of our efforts. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, that's just awesome. And I forgot to mention what you guys did over the weekend at the library. As I understand it, I wasn't there at the start of it, but there was a line stretching out a long way of people going in there. And when I got there, 2 o'clock-ish, there was still a huge number of people wandering around looking at exhibits. So nice job to you and your staff for getting that staff to put on. It was terrific. All right, let's move to our regular agenda. First item is 917 Rex Street
Mayor?
Landmark and
Mayor?
Grant Request.
Can I interrupt
Resolution number
for
42.
just a moment?
Excuse me?
You may want to move item B to the head of the agenda for Ms. Geisinger.
I will move to amend the motion or amend our previous decision on accepting the agenda and ask to move resolution number 44, series 2024, the item B on our agenda to number 1 in the lineup. And that's because, well, let me get a second first.
Second.
That's because we have Lynn Geisinger, who's our RTD rep here, and I want to give her a chance to talk and then move to the next meeting or whatnot, because she's making the rounds, I know. So, All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right. So what we're going to handle first is Resolution Number 44, Series 2024, a resolution in support of a regional transportation district ballot measure to be submitted to the voters in the November 2024 election. And I think the only thing I'll say is just welcome Lynn. And I think I'll turn it over to you to present. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Lay, and thank you, members of the council and staff, and for having me here. And I think you do have a resolution, I believe, in your packet. And congratulations to your team. I am actually also sit on the Regional Air Quality Council and just left that event before they put out the awards, but that's exciting. I am the RTD director for Western Boulder County, Louisville, Boulder, Lyons, Superior, and all in between up to Netherland and the Continental Divide. I'm actually not here as RTD tonight because of the campaign finance laws, but I am here to urge you to support the ballot issue 7A on the ballot in November. The RTD board referred this issue because we have, based on 3 prior votes of the voters in 1995, 1999, and then in fast tracks in 2004, been exempted from the Tabor growth cap. And when we pay off certain debt in November, RTD becomes subject to the cap again. And so what this ballot issue is requesting is that the voters, pursuant to Tabor and without raising any new taxes, allow RTD to continue its exemption so it doesn't have to refund money when it hits that cap. And just briefly, the cap, RTD is funded basically mostly by about 75% by a sales and use tax. Also gets state grants, federal money, some other items. And about half of the $1 billion, actually more than half of the $1 billion budget, about $600 million, will become subject to the Tabor growth cap in November. And if we hit that, we have to start refunding money. RTD is not expecting to hit that every year, but as you probably know, when you have a downturn, a recession, or a downturn in the tax or the funding that is coming in, that lowers the amount that, well, first of all, it means that you do make a refund, and then it lowers the amount that you can collect for years in the future. So for instance, after the recession in 2008 and 2009, and again after the pandemic, RTD would have been refunding significant money. Probably in 2022, we would have refunded $50 to $60 million, which is a big chunk. What RTD will be doing with this money is continuing the service and trying to keep moving forward in bringing service back after the pandemic. That effort has been slower than we would have liked, but my understanding, it hasn't come to the board yet, but my understanding is that staff will be bringing to the board some significant service changes for January. We've just passed made permanent our Free Fares for Youth program, which gives youth through age 19 free fares. We made it permanent. We're only getting funding from the state for the next year. So it's just, that's one example of one of the types of programs that might have to be cut if we lose this funding. Again, it's not new money coming in. It's just that we would lose funding for these programs. We're also, with a lot of our light rail and other facilities reaching, some of them are getting older, and we're having to start doing a lot of maintenance. It created problems this summer for people using the light rail, which were unfortunate, and luckily we're getting through those and getting the maintenance done, but the maintenance does have to be done, and we need the funding to do that. And finally, we also, I think public transit is most important when it's providing for the people with disabilities and people with low incomes who can't afford other ways of getting around. need to be getting to work and school and the doctors and other things, and seniors. So my request tonight is that you support us in this ballot issue, that you endorse this, and if you send out newsletters or other ways of talking to your public, that you encourage them. RTD's ballot issue is basically at the very bottom of a long ballot this year. So we need to encourage people to get down to that point and vote yes on 7A. Happy to answer any questions.
Council members, do you have any questions for Director Geisinger? Yes. Okay. Councilmember.
First, I want to thank RTD and you, Lynn, for all of the work that you do. And based on the public comments that we just had, would it be possible for RTD to begin providing electric buses?
Thank you, Councilman Fahey. We are actually, at the end of this year, we will finish our fleet and facilities plan. We have a consultant working with staff to examine what it would take. Some of our facilities are 40 years old, so we can't shift over. All our mall ride buses in downtown Denver have been electric for years, but what we need to do is see how we can shift, how we make the shift with our facilities as well as the fleet. But we are working on that. I think somebody said that there were some great comments, and one person said, electrification is important. It's very important. But I think that, in the state and in the legislation that came through this year, the state has recognized in funding RTD for the first time in a significant way that public transit is also a big part of meeting our state and region goals.
I also have a question. Is there any possibility of getting light rail up to Boulder?
Tomorrow night, we have a study session. It's actually not light rail, it's commuter rail. It would be on the BNSF tracks. We have just completed the peak period feasibility study, which was begun a couple of years ago, and it's to look at 3 trains from Longmont through Boulder and down through Louisville in the morning and 3 trains coming back at night. We are having a study session with the board tomorrow night to get the results. The biggest right now is the most likely time to move that forward, and that's because of Front Range Passenger Rail, which is also being funded by the state and is a big project of the governor to get rail going from Pueblo to Fort Collins. Now, ultimately, they want state line to state line, but that we are working together. There's also been legislation saying RTD, Front Range Passenger Rail, CDOT, and we're working with the governor's office to come up with a plan. The first report is due September 30th, so there is, and then there's other reports along the way, but there's action.
Thanks. Any other questions from council members? All right. Thank you very much, Director. I appreciate your coming and talking to us tonight. We're going to have a little discussion and hopefully a vote.
Thank you very much.
Council discussion, well, let's see. Let's get some public comment first. Does anybody have any public comment on this item? No. All right. Then let's come back to council discussion. Are there comments that folks have about this? Yes. Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for coming to talk to us. I think this is really important to make sure that RTD isn't having to refund tax money that they've already collected on what I'm sure is a budget that's even tighter than ours. That being said, I think it'd be remiss not to highlight some of the points Councilmember Fahey brought up, which is, I think you mentioned fast tracks, which it was a long time ago now, but I think a lot of people are still counting the hundreds of millions of dollars that this part of Colorado put in for a train. Instead, we got a bus, and even the bus service has been cut way back post-COVID in terms of the express to downtown Denver. And, I'm sure you're doing everything you can to advocate for your region and make sure that gets restored. But I hope the message gets passed along that we don't want to be forgotten. And, some folks up here often share the sentiment that we've put all this money into RTD and have gotten much, much less to show for it than other parts of the region.
Other council comments? Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming and speaking to us. I completely agree with Councilmember Hefner's statements. Having RTD be able to continue to provide new and improved and advanced services to our community is an unspeakable benefit to everyone, but specifically some of our more vulnerable members of our community. I do encourage everybody, should this, we agree, and we do put this on the ballot, I do encourage everybody to support this. As a resident, I voted in 2004 for the added tax. I believe in light rail. And oddly enough, I do, even 20 years later, have continued faith in RTD that we will have clean, efficient rail service that we can all rely on. I'm hoping it's less than 20 years from now that we can actually start using it. But I think if we don't say yes to this, then we don't even have the opportunity to look forward to it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to chime in because on a couple of points. One is I agree with Councilmember Kern. This is one where if we don't support this, we are 100% assured that we are extending the life of the lack of train service through Louisville. But I think, second, that we are a metro area. We are a really important metro area, and the idea of refunding this tax revenue that's already been collected and cutting into bone the services that RTD provides is an absolutely horrible sign to the rest of the nation about our commitment to public transport, our commitment to equity, because there's a lot of people that use the bus and the trains. They don't have ability to get where they want to go otherwise. It's a DEI issue. It's a diversity, equity, and inclusion issue because people who are disabled, folks who are don't have the money to do this, to have cars and put them on the road and keep them up and all of that. I think it's also for seniors a huge issue as well. So those are reasons why I think it's absolutely critical. I think I want to share one other point, which is that I'm a part of the Metro Mayors Coalition, which is all of the mayors in most of the communities in Denver, around Denver, and on up into the mountains as far as, Lyons and as far as Englewood and Centennial. South and Aurora on the east side. And there's great concern on all of those communities' behalf across the ideological spectrum. Based on some of these comments and the comments we've heard, it's really, really important to do this. And I certainly hope that people will support this. I hope council will support it. And I really appreciate the work that you're doing, Director, on this because it's a big lift. And there are people who criticize different parts of RTD. You've heard some concerns tonight. They're real. I share them. But also, we need to come together on this one. So thank you, but that's my 2 cents. Any other council comments on this? All right. I want to take, I will move for the passage of resolution number 44, series 2024, a resolution in support of a regional transportation district ballot measure to be submitted to the voters at the November 2024 election.
Second.
Any further comment? Let's take a roll call.
Councilmember Bierman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner,
Yes.
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Kern,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Yes.
Motion passes. Take that and use it as you will. And I'm going to be, there's a Metro Mayor's letter that's going to go out, and I'm going to sign that one. And this one I can sign on behalf of all council because we've got that behind us. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Great. With that in mind, let's go, or with that behind us, let's go back to 917 Rex Street Landmark and Land and Grant Request. Resolution number 42, Series 2024. A resolution approving the landmark designation for 917 Rex Street, the Warrenberg House, and resolution number 43, Series 2024, resolution approving grant request for the property at 917 Rex Street. We have do we have any disclosures from any of the council members on this? Seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing and start with staff presentation.
All right, good evening, Mayor Lay, members of City Council, Rob Zucchero. I'm the Community Development Director for the city. I'll be making the staff presentation on this. As you mentioned, this is a request for a landmark designation and a preservation and restoration grant. The property is located just north of Community Park on Rex Street, just east of Main, between Main and Front Street. So here's a 1948 assessor's card image of the property and some images over time, including a current image of the property. Quickly, the landmark criteria, it does meet the age requirements. Staff is finding that it meets the architectural significance requirements, as well as the physical integrity requirements. There have been, it's maintained a lot of its original form and architectural elements. There's also some social significance that staff mentions. The Historic Preservation Commission has also reviewed this and has recommended approval of the landmark. Historic Preservation Commission also approved the alteration certificate. As you all know, HPC reviews and approves the alteration certificates, but they have to present the landmark and the grant to City Council. But I did want you to see some of the things that were happening to the building. The applicant is actually replacing the entire foundation for the garage and the house and doing an addition to the building. So I just wanted to point these out. You can see the original building and how this is a really good design from a historic preservation standpoint as far as having a minor connection and then having the addition off of the back that is larger so you can really separate the historic structures. So again, that was approved by HPC. To the grant request, the applicant is requesting an extraordinary circumstances grant. The maximum residential grant is $40,000. They're requesting a grant of $162,446. HPC is recommending approval of that. There is some really significant foundation work that's adding to the cost, and it's a relatively large project with a lot of historic restoration. So the HPC did find that the criteria for the extraordinary circumstances was met based on the size and other conditions, including the condition of the foundation to justify the additional amount. So staff is recommending approval of both the landmarking and the grant request. And the project architect, Andy Johnson, is here as well with the presentation.
Okay. Why don't, if there are any questions of Director, we can take those right now. Do we have any questions? And otherwise, yes. Councilmember Hamilton.
Director Zucchero, I hadn't seen before, I don't think, on your presentations. There was a box on your first slide with it said note that the designation applies to the entire property. Can you please clarify for us?
Sure. So
what that means?
Yeah. So anytime, not universally, but the vast majority of the time when you landmark a house, you're actually landmarking the whole property. And the purpose of that is that any future development on the property, you want to make sure that it's not detracting from the architectural integrity of the landmark. So by landmarking the entire property, that enables the city and the Historic Preservation Commission to review any new development under our alteration certificate requirements to make sure that that development is consistent with our program. So it's not that we don't allow additional development on the property, but it allows us to review it through the alteration certificate requirements.
Does development mean like landscaping as well?
No, we don't regulate landscaping, but we really regulate all of the other structures, including potentially fencing in some cases.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Other questions? I have one question, which is, you said that this is the largest grant or extraordinary circumstance request that we've received. Is that right?
I didn't say that. I just mentioned it was a large request because 40 is the max, and so it's quite a bit above that.
I just wanted to clarify that because I thought that there had been others that had been
There have been
larger.
others that are more, yes.
Okay, good. Unless there are other questions, perhaps we can hear the applicant's presentation. If there is one, I presume there is. Oh, you got one more? Sorry. Councilmember Hamilton, a second set of questions.
Second round for me. I just thought of it with your question regarding the amount of money. Do you know off the top of your head how much we have in our historic preservation?
I don't know the exact number, but I think the unencumbered funds is over $2 million.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks. All right. Applicant presentation. Good evening, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, good evening. My name's Andy Johnson. I'm with DAJ Design. I work and live here in Old Town Louisville. It is always a pleasure to present a historic preservation project. I think that it fits nicely into our discussion about sustainability. I think, you know, the old adage is the greenest material that you get to use is the one that you don't really have to buy. So we're reusing a very big building material for this property, and I'm always really proud to be able to save some of our history and heritage of Louisville. I think being able to present the first Warrenburg house is also an honor. So thank you for taking the time. Obviously, I'm going to walk you through this. I think this one is unique, and it deserves some attention. I would like to thank staff. Previously, Amelia, who was with the planning department, spent a lot of time with us on this project. Rob did an amazing job filling in for getting up to speed on the project. So, all right. So, as you see on the slide presented, you'll see a red dot and a kind of a pink dot. 917 is the location of the property. It is right on the edge of Community Park. Across the street is 908 Rex. That is my client's current home. So this is his second historic preservation project. He is also online, I believe, and we'll probably have a few brief words at the end of this. But the experience was so good that he wanted to do it again. So right across the street, he had an opportunity to come up, and turns out that it was a really great fit for what he wanted to do and for the historic preservation program. As mentioned, this is a classic bungalow-style home. I happen to live in that floor plan and that home, built about the same time in almost its original form. So it's really cool to be able to walk into my home and then get a little tester of how I might do something later on. But one of the interesting things about this home is that when Paleo West came in and did their architectural survey of downtown recently, they identified this home as one of the archetypal homes for bungalow, not only for this part of downtown, but also for Louisville. It's got the turned down gable, it's got the stucco finish. It has a lot of really good kind of quintessential Louisville things going on. And has remained largely original, miraculously. Most of these homes have multiple additions as families grow as needs become more for the home to accommodate, particularly family sizes. We have a couple, lovely additions with the surfboard railing, but overall, it's remained intact. The thing that's really interesting about this property is so is the garage. And so when you look at the images of the garage, not only did the garage remain intact, but the doors that slide to provide the access into the garage still work. And so we are, one of the reasons why this grant is particularly large in terms of its request is that we're actually doing 2 structures. So by the time we're done, our goal is that this looks like it was the way it was when it originally was built. And that's a unique opportunity. This is the first time out of the dozens of projects that we have done for historic preservation that we've had this opportunity where that accessory structure didn't just go away. We really get to reuse it, and I'll get into how we're going to reuse it. It's kind of exciting. So floor plan wise, when we do these diagrams for the HSA, we always have this kind of storyboard of how the home evolved. Now in this case, we have red and we have orange for colors, and you can see the county assessor record map of this home shows the outline and footprint of the home. Well, that's the footprint of the home that you see now. So the red is the original home. There was kind of this lean-to structure that was added. We think maybe 70s, 80s, hard to tell. That is going to come off. It's barely standing anyway. But we're going to reveal the whole home in its original character when we get to kind of the final end product. So we always do floor plans as a part of our HSAs, and that helps us determine how this building was built. We did discover some fun things when we lifted it up off the foundation, but I'll get into that in a second. A comparison of the current floor plan on the left to what we're proposing for the final project on the right shows a red line that is essentially the line, everything below it is the original house, everything above it is proposed new. Obviously, the studio that's above that line is the reuse of the garage. So our intended reuse is that this becomes a second dwelling unit, whether it's actually an ADU or if it's an entirely different primary structure will be to be determined. Currently, it is accessory to the house, but when we figure out how we're going to navigate the new ADU rules, there will be likely a new permit to turn that into a separate dwelling unit. So anyway, it's prepared for that future use. Elevation comparison, we're going to be doing some light changes to the existing elevation on the left to what will be on the right, revealing more of the house, getting the lean-to off, cleaning up the front porch, and then kind of walking around the building, you can see that we'll be adding quite a bit to the rear of the building, but reusing the entire structure in its original flavor. So walking around again. And as Director Zucchero mentioned, one of the primary things that we look at when we do historic preservation is that we want to make sure that the new addition has its own marker in time, that it is separate from the home as much as we are able to with the architecture. This is an unusually large site, and so we have room to kind of spread our elbows out and actually make this addition to the building feel kind of secondary to the primary structure, and that's a really important feature of historic preservation when you do additions. We'll be using some more contemporary siding applications for that new addition into the back. We have some further development of that, adding a little bit of metal awning overhangs just to provide a little bit more character that's not represented in this 3D, but we'll certainly invite everybody to come by to see the final product. From a zoning information and analysis perspective, we are proposing a project on basically what amounts to is what we call a triple lot. It's a very large site that is not only below the allowable lot coverage, it's also below our allowable floor area ratio. Now, when we do historic preservation, usually one of the big motivations is the size bonus in both categories. So we get an additional 10% in lot coverage and floor area ratio. Well, that can mean a whole nother bedroom. That could mean a whole family room in addition to a home. My clients are choosing to do something that is more kind of manageable in size. So we're really doing as little as possible to make this existing home as livable as possible. And that's really exciting. And I think being able to have that second studio space that's accessory to the home is a really cool tool to allow that home to feel like it's bigger than what it really is. All right, so how are we going to do this? Director Zucchero mentioned that we're putting a whole new foundation underneath the home. Well, we're doing it for both. So we work with a home mover that comes and has been moving homes for us for a while. This site's so big that we were able to take the home and the studio, lift them, slide them back, and this was our diagram of how we planned that to work the most effectively, the most effective way possible so that we could get the new foundation in, not only for the new home, but also for the addition and the studio. So what did that look like? These are some photos that got us prepared for that move. You'll see in that lower right corner, there was quite a bit of rot and damage to the existing structure. All of these things are anticipated and looked at during the HSA. Some things that we didn't know was uncovering the deck and seeing the extent of cracking and damage that was done primarily because of really poor construction at the time that it was made. We've removed that lean-to. We're starting to expose the existing house. This allows us to do what we call destructive testing, so we can actually see how this home's going to come back together into its original form. And then we get to lift the studio. So this is the first phase. We lifted the studio, brought it up, slid it back all the way to the alley. You can see that in the upper right corner. And now that building is sitting on site right now, and you can walk by and safely stand behind the fence and see it. And it's sitting there hovering in the air. It is going to be going back in its place in about a week and a half. You can see the doors are kind of hanging there. This allowed us to determine exactly how we're going to put it back on the foundation. So we have to reuse the studs. We can't really change or alter the existing building, but we can augment it and make sure that it can last another 100 years. Some detailed photos, you can see there's lots of daylight below the building. On the right, all those studs kind of look like someone knocked the teeth out of a mouth. They're all frayed on the end. They're missing about 4 inches of the bottom of the studs. However, the rest of it is amazing. So we'll be sistering on studs to be able to set this building back down on its new foundation. Here's the exciting part. So our mover put this house up on basically rails. And you can see how the house is elevated. However, it is literally just raised straight up from its foundation. And all it took is one skid steer to slide that home back, and it took about a minute and a half. About 6 hours of prep and about a minute and a half of moving. And that house is back, and we're ready to do a foundation. Pretty neat. All right, so there it is all the way back. We got to study this foundation. So here's something interesting. There were no anchor bolts. This building sat directly on the foundation with no connection. That was a surprise. Those are things that we don't always get to see during the HSA. So what does that mean? We think that this building's been in the air before. We think that this building may have been lifted, may have had a new foundation under it that could have been much shallower, probably concrete based on the age. There's a lot of precedent for 1930s buildings with concrete basements of that depth. However, with no anchor bolts, which is super rare for this age of a building, and also with the stairs and how they were constructed, we are hypothesizing that maybe this was not the first time that we have lifted this building in the air. Looking at the foundation, and one of the most reassuring things when we lift a building and get to look at this horrible structure underneath is it really reinforces the need. When we have a concrete foundation, anytime we have a concrete foundation in Louisville, the likelihood of a replacement is almost imminent. Stone foundations and brick foundations actually tend to do quite a bit better, and we can actually repair them more easily than concrete, unreinforced concrete with aggregate the size of your fist. Obviously, way out of code, and would be probably out of code if they had even analyzed it back then. Taking a look, another reason why we believe that this is the second time this has been in the air, all of those floor joists are on 12-inch centers, and every other one is a smooth, graded lumber, while the rest are all either rough sawn or of an older quality. Our hypothesis is that this floor was squeaky, it moved a lot, and was super bouncy. And so they reinforced it in the air, put it on a new foundation. All right, so let's talk some brass tacks. Obviously, this is a lot to ask in a grant. We do not take that lightly. We do a very careful analysis of different categories that typically most projects don't go through this extent of analysis. We have such a long history in doing projects that we have a pretty good understanding of what a typical item is for most HPC requests. And then we also know that, what's outside of that in terms of most historic preservation projects. So we had a pretty healthy discussion about this in our HPC meeting. There was I would say, a reasonable request by one of the commissioners to remove about $6,900 from the funding for the installation and drywall for the studio. And the reasoning was that it was a change of use. And with a change of use, it typically kind of gets looked at a little bit differently. However, my argument is that we are adding the potential of 2 dwelling units, further meeting housing needs on an individual lot that can really only handle 2 units. And we're doing this in a very respectful way, where we have a primary structure and a secondary structure. And when we have that ability to turn this into a true ADU, we will then have a really great model project. We feel that the full request of the 162 is completely warranted from that perspective. And just to clarify, because there's maybe some confusion in terms of the different amounts, if you read the notes from the HPC and what staff is recommending in the written part, the applicant is asking for the full $162,446. This funds about 21% of the overall project. It does not include the new 3-car garage that's in the back. That's in addition to. So, nor the landscaping or kind of all the other ancillary things like soft cost permits, et cetera. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for letting me take the time to go through this carefully and give you a full analysis, because I think a project like this deserves all that attention.
Thank you. That was a fascinating description. I've never seen it's always kind of cool to see how it's actually moved and all the things that you found when you moved it, which I know is sometimes a surprise for everybody. So thanks. Are there questions of the applicant? Seeing none, why don't we take some public comment, if there is any? No public comment? All right. Let's talk amongst ourselves then. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I appreciate this coming before us. Obviously, we have a very well supported preservation fund and tax that we reapproved. It's gone through second iteration, and we raised a lot of money as a community to protect our historic buildings. And so, finding ways to use that money is important. So I'm glad that we have something in front of us to react to. For those of you who don't know, I used to hold the record for the largest grant ever received by a resident from the HPC in the Historic Preservation Fund for preserving the old Louisville Hospital, which we also lifted, did a new foundation underneath, and set it back down. And when we moved ours backward, it almost fell over. I have a video of that, but it shook, and we all went like, oh my God. The amount of money it takes to preserve a home like this is dumb. So much money. It's ridiculous what it takes to save the wood and what have you that is this historic building. And so, supporting, I just want to remind everyone that the number is enormous, but it is matched, right? It means that the homeowner is spending an enormous amount of money on preservation, and a foundation is maybe the saddest way to spend money on a house, because you then cover it up and never see it again, and like, oh, it's so important, but then it's not like fun. You're not like, check out my foundation. We do that at our house, check out our foundation. But it just isn't for the benefit of the homeowner, from like, oh, my new living room, this fun, cool space. It really is preservation. So I appreciate the language about preservation, restoration, and rehabilitation. Those are the three big pieces there. And while this is a lot of money, I definitely understand the why, and personally support this project and keeping these really cool buildings relatively the same. Whether or not they use the entire floor area ratio or lot coverage is kind of on their own. I understand a lot of times we need to do that, so I don't want the fact that they're not doing it. Others need to. And that's what makes the project work here. Enough space, enough what have you, that they don't need to maximize their space, which I appreciate that they're not just going as big as they can go. But I think it's just a really great example of the residents' money going to the fund that they wanted to go to support the thing it is they want to support, which is preserving these old homes. So with that, just very, very excited for this project and appreciate the presentation.
Thanks.
Sorry.
You're going to interrupt our council discussion?
I am not, but the homeowner will.
Yes.
We did not give time for the homeowner to say a few words.
Okay,
and I would like
we
to have
haven't
that
quite closed the public hearing, so that's fine. Please.
Should be. Talbot Wilt.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can.
Good evening. My name is Talbot Wilt, 908 Rex Street, and I do apologize. I'm not there in person. It wasn't that I didn't want to attend this meeting. I think it's extremely important. Unfortunately, council's busy agendas for the past few meetings. And then my wife and I had travel plans that just couldn't be changed. So that didn't work out. But I do realize the importance of this meeting. So I'm glad I can join in. Since Rob and Andy have done such a great job of giving you a ton of details about the project. Unless you have any specific questions for me on the design, I won't go any further into that. Okay. The only thing that I really want to maybe just continue to impress upon council is just how important the Historic Landmark Preservation and Restoration Grant Program that Louisville has in place is to our community, especially right now. Today, currently, you guys all know our housing stock is under extreme stress, and a lot of changes are happening, and not always for the best with what's happening with our housing stock. I am not in this to make money. You can't make money on these types of projects. It's definitely a mission-driven project for me. When, as Andy alluded to earlier, when we did 908 Rex Street, we started that 4 years ago, right at COVID time. It was an amazing process. I loved it. Andy did an amazing job. That house, if any of you have seen our home at 908 Rex Street, it came out so nice that we frequently have people stopping by, asking questions about it. They see the landmark designation plaque. It's something that we're very proud of. And 917 has the opportunity to become just as nice of a project and become another amazing landmark for our community. I believe that without this program, very few of the still existing, yet to be rehabbed historic properties will be able to survive. The cost of doing projects like this, as alluded to earlier by Councilman, are astronomical, and no one can do it and make money on it. But being a repeat program participant, I just hope to be able to continue doing these. I love it. It's a mission-driven project for me. The grant assistance truly is a make or break for people to be able to continue doing these types of projects. Without it, it won't happen. So I just want to thank you all for your consideration of this project proposal, and I hope you vote to support it.
Thank you very much. I guess I'll say a couple of things myself. One, it's delightful that we have a repeat offender on the line and interested in doing this. That speaks, it does speak pretty well for the program, and I really appreciate it speaks well for the applicant that he's willing to do this. Second, it's I think for me, all of the criteria for both the designation are met as per the count or the staff's chart in the staff report, as well as the extraordinary circumstances that are described there. And so I'm going to be supporting this. I think that Mayor Pro Tem kind of said it all otherwise, but if there's anybody else that has anything to add other than a thumbs up, please do. Okay. Do we have, let's see, let me close the public hearing. Is there a motion on resolution number 42?
Yeah. I'd move the approval of resolution number 42, series 2024.
Second.
All in favor? Let's take well, actually, excuse me, let's take a roll call vote. Sorry.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Councilmember Bierman?
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner?
Yes.
Councilmember Kern?
Yes.
Mayor Lay?
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a motion on resolution number 43?
Yeah, I would move the passage of resolution number 43, series 2024.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Take a roll call vote on resolution number 43.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey?
Yes.
Councilmember Kern?
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bierman?
Yes.
Mayor Lay? Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Congratulations. Look forward to coming and looking at that house hanging in the air. Thank you very much. All right, next is discussion direction, city amendments to the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code. I'm going to introduce, ask for staff presentation on this one. That's what I'm doing now. Do you have a staff presentation? Well, while he's getting set up on that for just a second, a very short amount of background, which is that we passed an initial ordinance. We did discussion and direction on a night that I remember oh so well, September 27th, 2022. And then the decision on the code was made in December. And the council at that time was interested in doing some revisions, and for many reasons, it's taken a little bit of time to get back. But council never has had a chance to provide discussion direction since that time on this code after a couple of years of operating under it. So with that in mind, we're doing that tonight. Take it away, Director.
Okay, good evening once again. Rob Zuccaro, Community Development Director for the city. As the mayor mentioned, there's a bit of a history with this code. There have been a couple of code adoptions that have led to the combined energy conservation code with the amendments that were adopted. As you all know, staff had been working on a package of code amendments that have been tabled so that we could back off a little bit, look from a higher level, look at the main policies and discuss those, talk about the pros and cons, some of the analysis. There was an extensive analysis done when the commercial code was adopted. And so hopefully this is an opportunity to ask staff questions, get additional public comment, have additional council discussion, and provide direction so that we all know how to move forward with the policies. Staff has tried to address this by pointing out what are the three main strengthening amendments that were put into the code. So what you adopted was the 2021 version of the International Energy Conservation Code. So it's common for cities to adopt amendments to those codes. They're usually called local amendments, things that the local jurisdiction desires to put in place. They could be strengthening amendments, which which would make the code, in this case with energy, since the Energy Conservation Code, it would strengthen some of those intents and goals of the code. So the three things that we are really focusing on is one, and I'm going to come back to this, but one is Appendix RC of the residential portion of that code. So that was adopted initially in 2021 and requires a higher level of energy efficiency and then renewable energy offsets to get down to a net zero code. Following that, there were number 2 and 3 were adopted together. One is an all-electric heat pump system for commercial space and water heating. So there was a lot of discussion about all-electric construction during that time, and the council landed on having that in the code, but only for space and water heating. So for all the commercial processing, commercial kitchens, restaurants, they're all exempt. They can use natural gas, but for just your typical domestic water, not water for processing, not water for medical uses. That could all be natural gas, but everything else would be electric heat pump. It's not electric. It actually requires heat pump systems. You can't have it because an all electric system without heat pump is also not very efficient. And then Appendix PT, which was a custom appendix, which was modeling for performance targets. Basically, it's very similar to a City of Boulder code that we modeled after, where you model the building for higher energy efficiency, and it only applies to certain commercial types, office, warehouse, hotels. It doesn't address retail or restaurant uses, so that would just fall back to the base code. Just a little bit about policy, and there's more discussion in the staff report. We linked back to the previous discussions, so there's more about this. But really what we see is there are some policies that have a little bit of competition with each other when you think about our sustainability goals and our clean energy and carbon emission reduction goals. So this is the policy up here that you updated this year for getting electric needs from carbon-free sources and trying to get to a carbon neutral emissions. So that's certainly why the city was interested in the strengthening amendments to the Energy Conservation Code. We've also talked a lot about economic vitality and business development, as well as affordable housing. So these strengthening codes do cost money, and there's also, as we've heard from some of our constituents, there could be some issues, some other issues around it, and I'll get into a little bit more detail on that. But again, just to get into the background a little bit, again, this was iteration over time starting in 2021. That's when we first adopted. We had adopted previous versions of the Energy Conservation Code, but we adopted what was the most recent version at that time, which was the 2021 Energy Conservation Code, and then Council adopted Appendix RC in addition, so that took place at the hearing, adding that appendix in to strengthen that code. In 2022, we spent a little bit more time. We actually hired a group of consultants before we drafted the code, Group 14 Engineering and Lotus Engineering, and they conducted a study. That study's in the packet. There's a ton of information about a lot of different options, policy options. How much carbon reduction would you get from each option? What would be the potential cost increases or cost savings over time? So that study from 2022 has a lot of that background information. So there's a balance between that carbon reduction, again, and the costs. We had a discussion direction with council, and at that time, council asked staff to bring back a code with those energy use intensity targets. That's that Appendix PT, as well as having that all-electric commercial space and water heating. So that's the code that came back and what council ultimately adopted in 2022. Soon after that, council was approaching staff with some discussions through work plans and other discussions about we probably need to go back out to the community and the stakeholders after about 6 months of implementing the code to see how things are going, if there were any issues. We were hearing some concerns. So in August of 23, we did hold an open house, and there were constituents, including the development community, design community, as well as residents who were interested in the issue. And that was the driving force to the amendments that were recently tabled. So taking that input, doing some of our own staff research, that's what led to that package of amendments. The assumption at that time was we're going to keep the big three policies, but try to make them as workable as possible. But I think we're here today again to talk about the three strengthening amendments at a policy level to see if council would like to keep each of those within the code. I think if we keep that, if council wants to keep one or all of them in the code, there's opportunity to come back with amendments to try to make them as workable as possible. We've heard that there were certain supply chain issues, lack of compliant equipment that we as staff know a little bit more about that are included in that package of amendments that we think will solve a lot of the problems. But there are other things to consider, more maintenance issues with certain technology, lack of consultants for some of the rating systems. So that, again, that package of amendments we think addresses a lot of these issues. We did have the Building Code Board of Appeals review the package of amendments. And that's, I think, where they had a lot of questions about the 3 big policies, and they came with an alternative draft, which was in the packet, which in effect would eliminate any mandatory requirements for any of those 3 big policies. The Louisville Sustainability Advisory Board, so the building department, we also coordinated with sustainability staff. One of the things that the sustainability staff noted was that their board was interested in reviewing it. So what we decided, since they're not a formal review board, the Building Code Board of Appeals is a formal review board for any building code amendment. So we took it to them for a formal review. But what we decided for the Sustainability Advisory Board was that if they wanted to review the code, they certainly could and write a letter, which they did, a very detailed letter. They are recommending to take it up to a high level. They're recommending we maintain all 3 of those big policies. Their letter does address a lot of specifics. But again, since tonight we wanted to kind of keep it at, do we want to keep these 3 and then figure out the best way to implement them? That's what staff's question is. So again, we have, do you want to maintain the current strengthening amendments? These are potential paths forward. And then look at some code amendments, targeted code amendments. That could be similar to the package that's currently tabled, but we could do more work on it. Or you could look at eliminating 1 or more of those current strengthening amendments. Again, we'd have to go back to the drawing board and redraft and come back with something for you. So we would move forward with the Building Code Board of Appeals on that. Certainly the Sustainability Advisory Board could weigh in on that as well. So that's really all I wanted to present. If you want to dig into the details of the Group 14 report or anything, we could certainly try to pull up some of that information, try to answer your questions. But this is my last slide that really just has the 3 big strengthening amendments that staff is recommending you focus on. Be happy to answer any questions. And I also wanted to mention we have Chad Root here, our building official. So he can certainly help answer any questions, certainly technical questions about the code.
Council questions, yes. Councilmember Hefner.
Thank you for teeing this up. Really, I think just one question right now, which is I expect at least part of our discussion is going to be about the 2024 version of these codes. And without going into a lot of detail on the substance of that, can you just give us a sense sort of procedurally where we are with those? When did they come out? When would they be ready for us to consider sort of into the future?
I'm going to turn that over to Chad, but before that, I just want to state that that would just be the base code. The 24 code doesn't include any of the strengthening amendments. I think there's been some question about that. Would it somehow be equivalent to our code with the strengthening amendments? It doesn't really have those, but Chad can talk more he is in the process, and I'll let him talk more to the timing of bringing the 24 codes.
Yeah, so the 24 codes, I'm in the process right now of going through, looking at amendments to the 24. The residential code and energy code just recently came out because there was a federal, it went to court because of preemption of what the code called for it. And the feds basically said you cannot enforce this at this point. And so they dumbed the energy code down again. So preemption would not be a problem. And preemption is basically where the code was requiring efficiencies of appliances that were greater than federal standards. And there's a law out there that says that no local jurisdiction can require that. And we ended up kind of going around it when we adopted the code by going all electric, with the exception that you can use gas appliance on residential homes if you use high efficiency, the 96% furnace, 90% boilers. That was a way that we got around the preemption, okay? There was some standards in the code that, as far as the residential and energy code, that was in violation of that. And since it's a national code and a lot of the territories in other countries also use this code, they took it very seriously and they worked it out. And so the residential code came out probably about a month and a half ago, and I'm working on amendments to that. We are looking at, hopefully before the end of the year, get a draft of the proposed 24 codes to council, and before that to the Board of Appeals to take a look at as far as the amendments. The big changes on the 24 codes is technologies, where we were under the 18 code. We skipped the 21 code. A lot of jurisdictions in northern Colorado, I would say most of them, are going to be adopting the 24 codes. And they're working through the amendments as well at this point. So I'm hoping before the end of the year. But what I did do on the amendment, because we're working on this energy code that's kind of specific to Louisville, is the 24 energy code. I didn't want to go into that at this point unless directed by council to do the 24 energy code with local amendments because we're still working on the 21 energy code, and it seems to be a lot of, you know, this and that, and as far as trying to get direction which way to go.
Sure, yeah, and certainly not suggesting anybody should have. I think my follow-up question is on the point you were making, Rob, which is, with respect to the 24 energy code, are the same sort of strengthening amendments available? Do we have the same optionality? Is it structured the same way?
Right, so I assume there's an Appendix RC or something similar in the 24 code, so we could adopt, that's a pre-written code in that 24 code for the net zero residential appendix. Number, I guess it's not up there anymore. Number 2 and number 3, those were custom for us. So we would have to add those, we would have to draft those. Those aren't in the 24 code. And then we'd have to adopt the specific appendix for the net zero RC.
Got it. Okay, well, that's more complicated than what I was hoping the answer was, but very helpful.
Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to understand one of the bullet points for Appendix PT, because that will help me to answer your question about, do we want to keep all 3? And I'm curious to learn more about the value of clarifying that R1 and R2 shall be subject to PT rather than RC when you're not doing sub-metering requirements or one-year compliance checks. Or
Right,
you're
so-
suggesting that
Yeah,
be
so that was
changed.
one of the package of amendments that was tabled. So one of the things that we found out was that Appendix RC applies to those R1 and R2 occupancies. That's multifamily, hotels, I think is the majority of it. But it also would apply to Appendix PT. You can't really do both at the same time, so we have to pick one or the other. Our recommendation was to keep the multifamily development within Appendix PT. The energy, and we also, you had referenced that we were also wanting to take out the monitoring because that was some of the feedback that we got. We felt that if you're able to, through the initial building permitting, build it as modeled, you should still be getting a much more energy efficient building. Now, the monitoring assures that, and then it enables people to make adjustments to the building and the systems to ensure you're getting that. We would be setting that aside, but that's the balance of trying to take away complexity and expense. So I wouldn't say the code's better by taking it away, but it takes away cost and complexity for both staff and business owners to comply.
Okay, but the building permit would be issued on the assumption that they're building to the energy specifications
Yeah, it would
in
still
that
be
report.
modeled by an engineer. It would have to be built to those specifications. We would inspect it to make sure it was built to the specifications, but we wouldn't be doing the annual monitoring afterwards.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
This is a question I should have emailed you 2 days ago. So I apologize. Do you have any knowledge, that we're like 2 years in now, of other communities in Colorado that have adopted the RC appendix? Just so we all understand, total gotcha question, I don't know if you know this at all, but do you have a sense of anyone else that's done that?
Right, so I don't know for certainty because I didn't, poll other communities or anything, but I am not aware of any other communities in Colorado that have adopted it, but I am not certain.
Okay. I appreciate it.
Other questions? I have a couple to piggyback on the question that Mayor Pro Tem just asked. We have had a couple of years of experience, almost 2 years of experience into this. How many buildings subject to the commercial code and particularly RC have been built in the last 2 years that obviously weren't, I'm talking about exempt, but ones that are subject or would otherwise be subject to Appendix RC? Have any been built?
So I think the majority of them have been in the Marshall Fire rebuild area because that's been the majority of our residential development, but I'll ask Chad if he has any more detailed information.
So Appendix RC is only for residential.
Right.
On the commercial side, we've had a lot of calls that came in asking if there was any leeway as far as not using heat pumps and electric resistant heating for backup heat because they felt they could not do it for the size of the buildings. These are kind of the size of the buildings out in the tech center, correct? You got high ceilings, a lot of space, and there are several of them that are holding off. They were holding off until the amendment that was going forward to council got tabled because they wanted to build, but they just felt that they could not meet that the heat pump standard and the amount of heat pumps they would need because the heat pumps at the time, and it changes all the time, technology is changing, right? And I think that's kind of key on this, is in due time it will be there, but they were mentioning that they could only get 60-ton units for heat pumps, and that would mean that there's a whole lot more rooftop heat pump units on the roof than just the standard is basically 3 for 1. As far as residential units, we've had quite a few that have come through, and in the Marshall Fire area, as far as not original owners, they have to go that route. The biggest problem that we have with Appendix RC is the raiders. They come through and the information they're giving the city is not correct, and we have to go back on them. They falsify the solar systems that are on the roof. They'll say the system's bigger than what it is in order to get the net zero. They don't account for the complete system together. So in fact, our prescriptive code that we had in place, a lot of builders could not meet that. And so they went with the HERS of 50 rating to get around that because they can't meet the prescriptive code. The prescriptive was thou shall do this as far as insulation values. And so they would end up going the HERS route. People are able to do it. What we're seeing is that finding solar farms to buy into if they can't put it on their roof, because these systems are a little bit bigger than what you're thinking of, because they're sized for the EV charging of the vehicles. We have a requirement that even if you have gas, you have to run electric to those gas appliances for future trade out. So there's heat pumps, it's even for the gas fireplaces, you have to run electric to that. And then with the solar system, that has to be sized accordingly. So the solar system is actually a little bit bigger because it has to be sized for what the use of the house is for. And this is the other part that a lot of people don't understand under Appendix RC, the net zero. It's not really net zero. So what they're sizing it for is they're sizing it for the equipment and the lights. The wall outlets that you tie your coffee maker into, the computer screens, the monitors, are not counted in for that net zero. That is outside. It's not compiled at all. So what they're looking at is basically to get a net zero home is the lights and the equipment that you're running.
And I misspoke a little bit before because RC is the residential code. Focusing on the code that we passed in 2022 in December, the commercial IIEC, which is part of what we're dealing with. But have any commercial buildings been built that are subject to that code since the code was implemented?
As far as I know, no. A lot of them, when that was moving through, they brought their plans forward to get basically vested, so they could be in the previous code. Where I'm seeing some issues is they came in and it was a core shell structure, and they had basically basic space heating that was gas. And they tried to come in afterwards and bring in rooftop units, and we told them, no, you can't do that, it has to be heat pumps. And so what they ended up doing is a lot of these that got vested before the code change left their basic space heating units that you see like in a parking garage to heat that unit, and they have AC, but they don't have heat pumps in order to try to get around the requirements.
Do you know, this is always hard from your standpoint because you're looking at it at a different phase of the process, but I mean, do you know of any projects that haven't gone forward because of the code changes that we made in December of 22, commercial projects?
There's a couple that are waiting, as I mentioned. They were hoping that gas would be allowed to be used as a backup to the heat pump instead of electric resistant. And I'm not sure on the project. I just hear from the architects as far as, hey, where are you guys at on that? We're interested to submit, but we don't want to be under this code. And so.
And as I understand, that's a question for one or both of you, that is the gas piece is not included or is included. I want to make sure I understand the.
Can you clarify what you mean by the gas piece?
Well, he was just talking about. I may have missed it.
So I think the issue is on commercial heat pumps, and especially these big rooftop commercial units. Our code right now would require that those are heat pump electric, and then in this climate you have to have backup heat when the temperature gets low enough.
Right.
Our code requires electric resistance backup heat. One of the requests we got was to, hey, we'll still do the heat pumps, but will you allow a natural gas backup just for the backup heat, not to have a full natural gas unit, just for the backup. And that's what we've had requested and what we had in the tabled code amendment.
Thank you. That's helpful. So that's it. In the amendment is to permit.
It's to permit gas backup, not to allow a gas unit, but just the gas backup.
Gas backup. No, I understand that. Okay. Thank you. Other council members, comments for right now? Councilmember Kern is thinking.
I do. So what I'm trying to kind of get a feel for is from the commercial perspective of this. You were mentioning, Chad, that we've had businesses hold off on moving forward with expansions or moving in because of the problem they're having with this. I guess what I'm looking for is still the most like energy efficient way to try to help these businesses allow for gas backup and still require very high efficient heat pump rooftop that would accommodate but allow for the gas, and so that it is only for maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 weeks of the year that we drop to such temperatures that they would even require to use that? Or are there other issues related to this commercial code that are not specific to this, that are limitations or hesitations from the business community?
From what I know, Judy, it's the gas heat backup. As far as those spaces are pretty large, they're pretty tall, and what they don't want is what happened to Texas multiple years ago, where the electric system went down and then sprinklers froze, and they want to keep it where it can keep from freezing up, and that's what I'm hearing is the biggest concern from the business community that are building these larger buildings, is the ability to, hey, one, it gets cold enough that we need to have that additional heat instead of an electric resistance system. Using gas would be the best bet. To me, it makes sense from what I've seen. Because, as far as the council goals, I think it's going in that direction where, hey, 90%, 95% of the time we're using a heat pump, high efficient heat pump, and to allow them to use a high efficient gas appliance for that additional heat so we don't have a freeze up. To me, that makes sense.
I just wanted to add, over the last year, as we were going through these amendments, the question came up about availability of equipment. And you hear a lot of stories. And so one of the things that Chad actually did, and we did as a city, was to call the manufacturers and say, of certain sizes of equipment, do you have availability? So is there equipment that is all electric with electric backup? The equipment probably exists, but it's I think what we found out is it's pretty rare, and there's certainly supply chain issues. So if we allow the gas backup, there's more supply of the larger units that we're really holding things up. Are they as available and as affordable as gas units? Certainly not. So there still could be some squeeze points. So again, I just want to mention again, this is the balance between, kind of being on the front end of a code like this. There are some other Colorado communities now that have commercial all-electric requirements, but there's not a lot, so we're kind of on the tip of the spear, so to speak, of that. So I just want to mention that, like the supply chain issues, the availability of equipment. We've done our best just by talking directly to manufacturers, but we still hear stories of concern about that. So we're still trying to gauge that and find a balance.
That's helpful, Rob.
So to follow up, have you had requests, since we've had, recently some very major power outages that have been over large swaths of our community, have you had requests for the need for backup generators? Whether that's from the hospital or other commercial?
Right, so our code allows gas backup generators. We don't disallow, that was a big point of debate when we adopted the code, so we made sure those could all be natural gas if that's what folks wanted. On the residential side, again, we don't have a mandatory all-electric code, but those who are going all-electric are wanting battery backup oftentimes, or other types of generator backup. So that's something new that we're dealing with, but probably not part of this code.
Yeah, I was gonna say, since with the residential piece, with the Appendix RC, I think that I was curious to see if you had heard about that with a lot of the rebuilds and the power outages in those areas, especially the one that happened in the winter for 4 days where people didn't have, natural gas fireplaces and couldn't get heat. How is that going to be addressed moving forward if we keep the code as it is for residential?
Right, so the residential code doesn't require all electric construction as drafted or as proposed with any of the amendments. So there's natural gas options. You just have to be a little bit more efficient than the base IECC code for the natural gas efficiency. And what we're seeing, and Chad could talk more to this, is we are seeing more battery backup. So we actually had some code amendments, I think, that we want to address about safety of battery backups in here. And we actually created a new permit for generators because we were getting so many generator permits.
Yeah, so we did get a flux of gen sets or generators that came in for residential homes after the power outage. Most of them were natural gas setup, but as Rob mentioned, we do allow natural gas in residential, but it has to be high efficiency because there is a provision that says, at first it freaks people out, it says it's all electric with the exception of high efficient gas appliances.
Do you mind defining what high efficient means? Is it 96 and above, or?
Right now, as Louisville describes it, it's 96 for furnaces, 90 for boilers, and I think the code that was tabled, the Building Board of Appeals actually dropped the furnace down to 95 and brought the boilers up to 95, and then on demand is 92%. And the on-demand hot water heaters. A regular hot water heater at this point is still the standard, federal standard of 80%. So.
Thank you. I just was really shocked that it was that low even at federal standard. Thank you.
Yeah. Councilmember Fahey. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much to staff. You're not off the hook yet, undoubtedly, but I appreciate the opening discussions. This is complicated, and I know that staff has done a great deal of legwork for how many years? I don't even hardly want to ask, but it's going to be an ongoing concern because we care. We care about sustainability, and we care about efficiency, and we care about being able to build things that will help our economic vitality, and it's a balance. So anyway, let's go to public comment, and I think we have some.
Yes, we'll start with Christian online, to be followed by Arthur Tauger.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name's Christian Dino, 967 Eldorado Lane. In terms of the codes that have been passed, there's several things. When the codes were initially passed back 22, it was very a pie in the sky approach. We want to be 10% better than everybody else, and we set standards that didn't even exist. We need to be very careful that as we're setting standards, we're doing things that are actually constructible, that actually have products that exist. I think the more that we can get back to the base code, which has been, these base codes are put together by hundreds of engineers and architects and industry professionals based upon, what industry standards are, what the technology is, and everyone kind of working together to come up with, this is where we want to go as an industry. So, to take that and then push it even further forward, we start to create problems. Most of the problems that have been experienced over the last couple of years have not been with the code itself. It's been with all of the areas that we said we want to be better than everybody else. So we need to kind of veer away from that and go back to a base code. In terms of net zero, Appendix RC, I mean, I would urge some reconsideration on that front. I think that by requiring to have energy ready, by having solar ready homes, it allows the ability for people to put that in later. Most people, if they have the money, will do it now. But why mandate that? Why make it a law that, you know, you have to, if you are going to live in Louisville, you have to have this much money to be able to build? I mean, talking about equity and diversity, you know, we're pushing those lower income earners out of our community. They can't afford to be in these areas anymore. The Marshall Fire rebuilds, these neighborhoods are 30-40% higher in the homes that are for sale now than on the ones that were previously existing pre-fire. We're driving that diversity and equity as far as financial out of our communities. If we are going to be making changes, I would urge that any changes moving forward to the 21 IECC are done with a clean amendment. We now have the initial adoption and 3 or 4 separate amendments that are so dirty that I don't think there's a person on our staff that could really tell you what's in that code 100%, because you have to comb through half a dozen different documents. And all right, it was pulled out here, it was added back in, partial pulled out here, part of it added back in. It's impossible to be able to analyze and defer what's in there. But I'd encourage you to soften these codes, not strengthen them further. Thank you.
Thanks, Christian. Next.
Next is Arthur Tauger, to be followed by Josh Cooperman.
Hello, I'm Arthur from Monarch High School. I'm a freshman, and I'd like to start off by saying that one of the great things about this community is how much public intake you receive from students as well. And you've actually listened to me before talk about this code, and I hope you'll listen to me again tonight. One of the things I'd like to say to start off with is I understand that some businesses are going to struggle to meet the standards set by the IECC. However, we've actually rolled back these codes a bit before, and as they only affect new construction, we've also made people who have been affected by the Marshall Fire partially exempt from doing this by making it optional for them. So clearly changes can be made, but I don't think that this time it's necessary for these changes to be made. This time, I think that we should be pursuing partnerships with organizations like PACE or Partners for a Clean Environment. Programs like these give rebates to businesses and people who are looking to comply with building code standards like these. And this could help a lot of businesses and a lot of people who are looking to upgrade their homes be able to do this affordably. And this could look like you guys reaching out to businesses on behalf of organizations like PACE, or just alerting businesses to the presence of PACE, or even going as far as funding these programs, though I'm not sure if that's within your power. This would definitely be the boost we need to help people struggling to comply with codes. And this would definitely help Louisville be a more clean and sustainable place to live. And I think that programs like these are going to be the future of this bill, which I hope there is one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Josh Cooperman, to be followed by Kevin Lombardo.
Josh Cooperman, I live in Louisville. As I've argued on a few other occasions, building codes are one of the most robust ways for local governments to address climate change. We get to decide what's in the building codes, and since buildings are one of the primary sources of greenhouse gas emissions, we have ways to reduce those emissions. Here in Louisville, we have set emissions reductions goals in line with the best available science and in line with the Paris Accords. And so I wonder if we change our building codes, how we might affect those goals that we have set and that I think we absolutely need to meet. All right, before I comment on the codes, I want to say one thing which came up a little bit. Our codes, they're not so much of an outlier, I would say. Right. A lot of communities have adopted the 2021 IECC, and the state has basically mandated that communities adopt that when they upgrade their building codes. Our neighbor, Lafayette, has recently adopted an all-electric code. I know that Crested Butte has adopted an all-electric code, and as was mentioned earlier, some of our code is basically modeled on boulders. Okay, so to get to the three strengthening amendments that are under discussion, generally speaking, I would like to see us keep them, although I think there is definitely room for compromise. So in particular, with regards to the RC appendix, the thing I most like about that is the higher building standard for residential. Right, I think it's better to build a good building first and then to think about putting solar on later or subscribing to a solar farm later. So I would be fine with only going solar ready and not requiring a solar farm subscription. Although at the moment there are a lot of solar farm subscriptions available, it kind of goes up and down. All right, regarding the all-electric heat and water heating, I really think we should keep this. And as well for additions and alterations, although I think there's a little room for compromise there. Right, we need to get our existing buildings off of fossil fuels, and that is one way to do it. In terms of backup heating, I don't know as much about commercial, but in residential, if you build your building well, you do not need backup heating, even in Colorado. All right, and so then the last one, the PT appendix, I would like to see us largely keep that. I think it's very good to shift multifamily over to that as well. I'm fine with, for the moment, getting rid of some of the monitoring after construction, but otherwise I think it's a good code. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh.
Kevin Lombardo to be followed by Carrie Pepperdine.
Thank you. I'm Kevin Lombardo. I'm a Louisville resident. I'd like to express my support for the retention of the 2021 IECC with all three appendices. And if you're going to direct staff to make changes, then I'd like to see you adopt the recommended compromises presented by the Louisville Sustainability Advisory Board. There have been many fears about the 2021 IECC raised over the last several years, many which have been mitigated by just an incredible amount of financial incentives, builder and trade trainings, and education from local sustainable building organizations. The more we whittle down Louisville's implementation of the code, the more we jeopardize Louisville's community decarbonization plan and the climate action goals, both of which rely heavily on energy efficient buildings and electrification. And if you recall, Council adopted the climate action goals here just not too long ago. The reality is that we should already be focusing on implementing the 2024 IECC and higher building standards instead of continuing to relitigate 2021. Rather than making damaging changes to the code, I'd encourage staff and council to work with concerned parties to educate them on Louisville's goals, the resources available, and potentially make exceptions on a case-by-case basis. Energy codes aren't anti-business. Climate change is anti-business. We need better buildings. I live in a passive house. I moved into my Marshall Fire rebuild on the day that Xcel Energy cut the power off for 42 hours. I wasn't cold at all because of the way the building was built. We need better buildings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie Pepperdine to be followed by Andy Johnson.
Hi, I'm Carrie Pepperdine. I live in Broomfield, but I am a principal at 2020 Engineering, and we are located in Louisville. We design buildings here also in Louisville, and I support the change to your amendments to allow gas as backup heat in existing buildings. It's a huge burden for existing buildings to have to upgrade their electrical service to provide full electric heat when the heat pump cannot operate because of cold temperatures. All heat pumps decrease at a certain point in their ability to heat the buildings, but there's another issue with 100% outside air units. The units can only take about 40 to 45 degrees, depending on the manufacturer, of incoming air into the unit that is then supplied to the building. So you're looking at full electric starting at 40 degrees in a 100% outside air unit. So I appreciate all the changes you're making. I completely support all of your goals in decarbonization. I generally support any changes to any amendments to the standard building codes that any municipality or state accepts. But this is just a little too hard on businesses. I've been working with ISIO on trying to get makeup air units into their building to offset all the air that goes out through their oven venting for steam. And they're trying to go all electric on it, but it's a huge cost burden to them to upgrade their electrical system for this. So that's just one example. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Andy Johnson to be followed by John Cowley.
Hi, Andy Johnson, Louisville. I live and work in Louisville. I'll start off by maybe offering a little bit more of a practical perspective on some of this. I'm an architect. I'm a local architect here in Louisville. I've worked across Colorado, also in the nation, and also out of the United States. I was the board president of the Center for Resource Conservation for a number of years, which is now Resource Central. I was an early member of LSAB in the early 2000s, and have designed the one of the highest altitude LEED Platinum homes here in Colorado. It's right in Routt County, and have done a number of net zero and fully electrified homes across Colorado, primarily here in Louisville, having had one of the first fully electric net zero homes with the gas capped in the street. Typically, I have a bit of an aversion to delivering a resume before I actually talk about like something substantial that or substantive. However, I say that because I am in favor of net zero. However, the way we adopted this code, we put the cart before the horse, and I think we have some problematic issues with how we're going to be implementing this, how we're implementing it now, and how we implement it in the future. The RC appendix was not originally on the table for consideration. Typically, when a municipality looks at a substantial upgrade to a building code, there is a tremendous amount of research and due diligence that was not conducted on that topic, and we have been struggling ever since. Now, our firm has been building to the 2021 code, and they have finally caught up to what we have done with our buildings. And I think a lot of people around the Front Range, particularly in Boulder County, do that. However, we're a high-end architect. We're building at a level that a lot of people can't attain, and that's a problem. And part of that difficult with attainment is the level at which we build to meet a higher energy expectation, energy efficiency expectations. So there's a huge influence on the building community with the RC appendix. We do have supply chain issues. The equipment's there. It's just we don't have a lot of it. We don't have a lot of good choices. It's coming, and it is coming, and it's coming fast. I'm not sure if Louisville is the right community to help influence that change to happen any faster. We are constantly going to be struggling because we have no influence on the building chain.
Andy, your time is up.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
John Cowley.
Hello, I'm John Cowley at 303 Fairfield Lane. I mainly want to speak to recognizing progress in technologies. Things are moving really fast. This summer, in June, my hot water heater went out, standard gas heater. And luckily I knew about Elephant Energy, who specializes in heat pump water heaters. And with the discounts, my water heater replacement was about $3,000, which is about the same as a high-end gas water heater. So we reached the point where, at least with water heaters, unless you're really looking at a low-end unit, it's a no-brainer. And I love it. My gas bill for the summer has been 0 therms natural gas. Similarly, there are a lot more solar farms out there. As Josh mentioned, I've been working with neighborhood sun solar farm developers, and they're desperate to get people to sign up. They've got many hundreds of open slots, and there are 6, as of now, there are 6 companies in Excel's area that are solar farm companies looking for subscriptions. I signed up for a solar farm last spring, and when you do, you get 10% off your the electricity part of your electricity bill. So for months, I've been getting the statements. It's like clockwork. It's real. It's no hoax. Solar farms are so much cheaper creating electricity that it shouldn't be a barrier to anybody who has to find a solar farm to meet a requirement. And I'd also, in contrast to some other people, like to speak in favor of compliance verification. You know, Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. If a building inspector didn't come check the deck I made or had built, he just said, you know, meet the codes, I might have missed, and my builder might have missed some stairwell alignments that didn't meet code. So if that's not checked after the fact, it's a big chance for a miss. And technology now is at the point where sensors for buildings, temperatures, humidity, they're commodity items. If you make the compliance verification basic enough, it can be done with not a huge increase in costs. So I'm recommending holding on to the compliance verification and maybe spelling out how it can be done without too much expense. Thank you.
No one else? Right. Let's move back to council for any questions, further questions of staff, and otherwise comments. Who would like to begin? Maybe I'll make a couple of preliminary comments. First, I am heartened by the fact that it sounds like the 2024 code is not as far off as I was personally expecting it to be. I don't know how soon it's going to be in a place where it can come before council. Do you alluded to this a little bit, but what's your best projection? And you may want to confer with your director, because I know he has some concerns about it.
Rob and I have different opinion, but I was planning on bringing it to the Building Board of Appeal, so, end of October, November, and with amendments, because I've been working on it basically since spring, and been waiting on the residential code to come out. But Rob thinks probably next year.
Yeah, I would just say we'll probably start working with the Building Code of Board of Appeals this year, but with holiday schedules and council's workload, I think it's probably more realistic that you would be seeing it hopefully in the first quarter of next year by the time we iterated with the Building Code Board of Appeals, got it in the right place, got on your schedule. It could definitely be first quarter of next year if you're interested in the timing. Again, we don't know for sure.
So to be clear, what we're kind of looking at right at the moment would be potential changes, if any, between now and sometime in Q1 that would span that period of time.
So I think what staff's looking for is direction on the three big policies, because whether we're under the 21 code or the 24 code, we're going to need council direction of whether to incorporate them. I don't know that the 21 versus the 24 code matters in the discussion about the three policies tonight.
You know, the one question I have is something, I mean, it relates to the issue of complexity, because I know some would say that whether the code is really kind of sustainability forward or whether it's a throwback, if you have a lot of iterations of changes that are folded into what is currently required, that alone can discourage business people from desiring to sort of deal with our complexity. That base codes are helpful because, you know, different communities may have some changes and stuff, but maybe not, you know, they're not significant enough to deter people. Do you have any concerns when we're talking about 21 and changes compared to 24? Is there, you know, feedback to me about whether that base code versus iterative code really is a problem?
So I think the question is getting to, you know, the way these codes are adopted, they're adopted by reference to the base code, and then you amend it. So when you go into our municipal code, you see a whole series of amendments. But then you have to open up the base code, and you almost have to like read them side by side. It's a very, building codes are complex like that. I've seen some cities, they will republish the code and put their amendments in it and have a combined document. So I think that's something that Chad and I actually talked about this next time. Would make it a more easily read and understandable code. Understandable? I don't think that's the real word. It will be more easily understood by our, you know, designers and so forth. So I think that's one solution. But again, I think what we want to do is we will work with the Board of Appeals, and we will come back with what we expect will be the most clear code that we can come back with. That's always our intent, and make it as understandable as possible. But we need direction on the policies.
I'm not suggesting otherwise. I mean, I understand the three, and I think all of us recognize that what we're doing tonight is trying to give some direction on those three issues that you've raised. So with that, let's proceed. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I want to, I guess, start part of this conversation. I think what is hard for me, we've been going through this process for a long time, right, on different iterations over the years. And I think in Louisville we have a pretty consistent goal, right, which is environmentally conscious, environmentally forward, sustainability policies in general, and building code being one of those. I think we're all pretty much lockstep in that 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, in that general principle of wanting to be on the cutting edge of what is environmentally responsible, because it's a huge issue. So what I struggle with is the building code, right, as something I've met with lots of people over the years that one of the frustrations is this little city of Louisville having a code that's different than everywhere else in the state. And so very few builders build like in one city only, right? They build all over the place. And they come to Louisville and like, wait, what's going on? And so Chad, you might be able to answer. How high is a step allowed to be in like a house, like a normal step height, stair height?
In a normal house, the max is 7 3/4.
7 3/4, right? So it's kind of thing of having like, oh, in Louisville, the max is 7 1/4. Like, oh, wait, what? Oh, I designed the whole staircase, but like, what is the normal stair? Why do you guys have 7 1/4 instead of 3/4? I have to redesign the entire staircase based on your individual code. And what was the purpose? Like, well, it's a little bit better for, accessibility. We think 7 1/4 better than 7 3/4 step height, right? And it's like, so the intention is, I think, good, but there's also what I've heard from people is an intention to meet our code and then failing at that because they don't understand our code and it's complicated. And this is not a slight on our staff, but our staff is the first one to implement this code in the state or maybe country. So a little bit of a learning curve of like, yeah, okay, let me understand. Oh, that part isn't available or that's backordered for 2 years. Like what is okay, we haven't done this before, right? And so they're trying to work with us and we're trying to work with them and both people have great intentions. There's no bad intention here. The builder is actually trying to build to our code in an environmentally sustainable way, but is trying to understand how to do it when a hiccup comes, right? And so how I feel is we made, for a lot of good reasons, a very, very forward, environmentally sustainable code that was difficult to build, but for a lot of different reasons that I don't have to reiterate. So then the solution is to try to make some fixes to make it more buildable for those who are doing their best intention to build. And then it becomes so complicated in its levels of amendments that it's difficult to build because it's just complicated and people are trying to figure it out. And then what you get, to your question, Mayor, is no buildings. Like no one's building, they're waiting for other things. Like, well, I can't build to that standard. I need to wait till you guys figure out that I can't build to that. And so nothing's getting built. And so the intention of the builder, the city, the residents, the staff is to have something quality, the highest quality building come, and we're not getting that. We're getting, and there's also this, residential and commercial codes being talked about all at the same time, which is also confusing because we are seeing residential homes be built to net zero or passive homes or close to net zero under, a different code. So I just feel what I want to try to figure out as a council, right, is we have businesses or developers that cannot finish their buildings because of our current code. And it's hard for me to have a code that is aspirational and not, attainable. They'd like some changes, but the changes that are potentially here are a problem in and of themselves and create some new frustrations or confusions. Maybe these are good enough for the time being, but today we're not voting on an ordinance. We're not approving or not approving these amendments to our current ordinance. We're trying to give staff direction of where do we want to go, right? And so what I would like to see, so I know that's a bit of rambling just to kind of give you some context of where I'm coming from, but what I would like to see, what I think is important for the city of Louisville, is that we have a simple code that is understandable and easily followed by builders and easily assessed and enforced by our staff. Right? Like the code should not be a mystery that we all have to discover while we're doing it. It should be clear. So that's one goal. My second goal is that clarity and that simple code is buildable, reasonably buildable, that, it can be very simple to say it must be all gold plated, but it's not buildable, right? So it's simple and it's buildable. And I think that's the one that's got the most contention, like, well, what is buildable? And a couple years ago, the answer was, if it is possible to build, then it's buildable. That's buildable. If there is a technology that exists to make that happen, that's buildable. And other people saying like, but if that doubles the cost, that's not buildable in the real world. So that I think is where we'll run into a lot of contention is what is buildable. But again, simple, buildable, and then the third for me is as environmentally sustainable as possible. Not ruining the first two. And I believe what we have is that one and the next two don't really matter. It's as environmentally sustainable as possible. It doesn't matter if it's buildable. It doesn't matter if it's simple or complicated. It just has to be the most environmentally friendly as possible. I love that. I love that concept. I like that as that's who we are as Louisville, but I don't think that's appropriate for our building code. It should be as environmentally friendly as possible, but also buildable and followable. And what was your word? No, you made up a word tonight and want it back.
I can't repeat it. Can't
and
repeat it.
understoodable. Apologies, had to. So excited to hear what other people, I know that was kind of the first of the council people to speak on it, so curious where other people are falling on this issue.
Okay. I think we can, what I want to do, I appreciate the Mayor Pro Tem's comments. What I may shift this a little bit into the areas, the three amendments, because I think the three policy areas, we really need to make some decisions. I think your comments are directly pertinent, Mayor Pro Tem. And I think also that if you want to speak again when we go through this, you're welcome to do that. But I want to the director's point, I think we need to deal with the policy issues. I think he's framed them well, and I'd like to start with Appendix RC, but I've got, Councilmember Hefner.
So I'll weigh in on each of the appendices, but I do want to first agree with the Mayor Pro Tem and then add one item to his list, which would be, I would really like to see us come out of this meeting with a direction that can be implemented quickly. This has been in need of a fix for a long time, and there are, as I think we heard tonight, there are projects that have been out there waiting for us to make a decision, and that sort of tees up my view on the three particular questions, which is, I think we actually have a very good staff recommendation from the first reading ordinance we had a few weeks ago that strikes a balance. It maybe is more complex than any of us would like, but it's something we could adopt in relatively short order and take a shot, at least, at the problems that have been identified on what was previously adopted. I think, to me, that's one path. The other path is we just say we're going to not have one or more of these appendices for now or permanently, which is, I think, relatively easy to implement as well. Is that right, Rob?
Yeah, I think it would, it's relatively easy. We'd be going to the base code, which we had basically in effect with previous to 22. So we'd go back to that.
I don't have, as between those two things, the sort of first reading ordinance we already had and, not adopting one or more of or getting rid of one or more of the appendices, I don't have an especially strong preference. I share some of the Mayor Pro Tem's concerns, and I'm not sure exactly where the right balance is between all of that. But what I'd hate for us to do is to send Director Zucchero sort of back to the drawing board yet again to rewrite these appendices and amendments and so on. I'm also very encouraged by the timing of the 24 energy code and hope that iteration sort of incrementally moves the ball forward on the base code in a way that's consistent with our goals and so on. And I don't know whether or not that's true. It sounds like we haven't reviewed it and that's premature, but I will be eager to revisit this topic once the 24 code has gone through the Building Code Board of Appeals process And whatever we do with the appendices tonight, you know, that may have to be part of the conversation around the 24 code adoption as well.
Okay. Let's talk a bit about Appendix RC. And I think if I'm understanding the director's suggestion, these policy issues are important for them to get a good sense of, so that regardless of what code we're dealing with, we're going to give them direction on those areas, because the areas are going to exist. You know, the question of whether an Appendix RC or something like it is going to persist or not. So we can start by addressing whether we're interested in keeping or not keeping Appendix RC. Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
My first request would be, can we get the 3 amendments posted up on the screen? And then I'll continue on with my feelings. Having just rebuilt a house after the Marshall Fire, I did build all electric with 2 heat pumps and solar on the roof. And I have an electric car that has been charging in my garage. And we have been generating more electricity than we've been using. And by the estimates that my husband has come up with, our solar panel and heat pump system will be completely paid off in less than 13 years. And from that point on, it's all free. So financially, I don't see a problem in requiring all electric. Now, I will say that I have a daughter who lives in Texas and has gone through a couple of those power shutdowns. And in order to accommodate after the first one, they bought a single solar panel and put it in their backyard. And that's provided enough electricity to charge their phones and their computers and the coffee maker, that's critical, and provide them with enough energy to have a fan and things going on in the house for cooling. I can understand with commercial buildings, perhaps a need for a gas generator backup. Not for the initial, and it doesn't have to be included with the heat pumps, but as a backup only. I would, I guess, agree to that. We did exempt various buildings, the restaurants and hospitals and industrial commercial processing things, from being required to have all electric. So I would be in favor of keeping all 3 of the proposed amendments.
Let me make sure I understand what your view is of Appendix RC, because to be real clear, we're not making amendments tonight. We're providing direction on policy areas, okay? So they're gonna, I think the intention, as I understand it, is for the staff to come back after we've given direction with language that is going to conform to whatever direction we provide. So the question is, are we comfortable in the first instance? And I want to take them each separately, because we need to, the director needs direction on each separately. So I don't want everybody, I don't want everybody to just sort of go through and say, I support these, because I think there's going to be differences, subtleties for each person on the different proposals. That's my bet. I may be wrong, but I'd like to do that because I think it's going to be a little clearer. So on the first one, on Appendix RC, are you comfortable or are you not comfortable with the sort of, I mean, if we keep RC, the staff has recommended amendments. If we don't want to keep RC, which is to say getting rid of residential net zero, then that's something that we don't need to talk about language, as I understand it. Is that fair, Director? I just want to make sure we get the issue right.
Right, I think that's been staff's intent. If, for example, if the council desires they want to keep Appendix RC, we would come back with a proposed round of amendments to what we have on the books, probably similar to what you saw at first reading.
Right. Good. Does that make sense?
Not entirely. So,
Get some clarity.
so on the residential, if I want to keep the Appendix RC, that means that we would continue to require all electric for new residential construction?
So our code does not require all electric residential construction, only commercial. You're allowed to have, even if you're not opting out for the Marshall Fire, you can do all gas construction and still meet the RC net zero appendix.
Well, yeah. I would like all residential to be required to be all electric, okay? And I will back that up by saying that I was at a meeting years ago when they were building Kestrel here in town, a low-income, affordable housing unit, multiple residential, and they said that they were making it all electric and they were going to have solar and there was going to not even be a gas line to the property. And I said, how can you afford to do that? And the response from the architect was, we can't afford not to, because they would be providing their own electricity to all of the residents from that day forward. And so they did it all electric with solar because they couldn't afford not to. So and I've heard so many cases of people from the fire rebuilds who have been quoted astronomical prices for going all electric, and when it really came down to it, it wasn't nearly as expensive as the quotations and minimally more than going with gas. So I would like all electric required for residential.
Okay, thanks, Deb. Next. Do you, another council member want to weigh in on, yes. Councilmember,
happy to go. I would be in favor of the appendix with the staff amendment that we saw in first reading. I'm agreeable if there are others who want to get rid of them. I'm agreeable to getting rid of it, but I think my first choice would be the staff amendment.
And to clarify, if you want to keep the if you want to keep RC, there is, I suppose, the option of doing nothing. But I think that is an option that would not fix the problems.
I think we just heard another option of keeping RC and making it all electric.
That is another option, which, right, is a separate and new option. Yep, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so my problem with that amendment, the RC, electric, you got me. With net zero, right, is, I think we heard from some of the public too, is like if you think about like a passive house, right, the idea of a passive house is it uses very, very, very little energy, and therefore getting to net zero is much easier because it's using so little energy. And so when you build a 6,000 square foot home to a high standard, you're going to have to spend a lot of money to get it to net zero by buying your electricity. Well, yeah, so you'd have to install a solar or be a part of a solar farm. And so what we heard on some of these things is like putting enough solar panels in the house can be hard. So what we don't have is a passive house code that says you have to get your house to, that standard. That's a much higher standard that no one seems to be offering. But my problem is if I get my home to a 47, I now have to then, after doing that, after having the most best built home in town, or close, having one of the best built homes in town, now I have to also have a membership to a solar farm or also add solar panels in addition to the most environmentally friendly home built to get to net zero. But Caleb over there on Grant doesn't have to do anything to get himself to zero with his home. So you're going to build a really great home and then after that pay more money to get to net zero. And that doesn't make the home any more environmentally friendly itself, right? If I write a check to Excel or I write a check to a solar farm, my house isn't more environmentally friendly. I'm just spending money. And anyone in our community could spend money to make their house more environmentally friendly. So the thing I don't like about that code is I like the building code pieces. I like the efficiency pieces. I like the insulation. I like the HERS rating. I like those things. I don't like, and then when you're done, write a check. I just don't like that part of it because it doesn't feel equitable to our whole community. Most of us couldn't take our homes and then just do that to them right now. We wouldn't be able to afford it, right? But if you're not from here, you got to do it. And I just don't like the way that feels to me. I think it's enough to have the standards. And so one question for staff would be the base 2021 IECC versus the RC appendix. What are the increased efficiencies that are asked for before counteracting the energy use?
So the base is, as it's mentioned up there, is you have to have a HERS of 47, and then you offset the rest of it with solar to get the zero or the negative.
So no additional requirements on the building itself?
As far as you're talking the
construction of the building.
The base code without Appendix RC. Okay, sorry.
Base code without it.
Yeah.
There's something I have to do with my insulation. I need like a R60, that kind of thing. And then if we add on the appendix, RC appendix, do any of those building materials change, or is it just?
They really don't too much. The base code, what was adopted by or approved originally, and we have basically right now 5 different code options to build to residents. But using the base code, you can, what was approved by the Building Board of Appeals is we have the prescriptive code, or you can use the HERS of 50. And that gives you 2 options. And as I mentioned before, with the rebuilds, a lot of people can't meet our prescriptive code, so they go to the HERS of 50 to show you kind of where we're at.
Okay.
And maybe as an example of that, there's like insulation requirements in the prescriptive code. It says it has to be exactly this in the walls, in the basement, in the attic, and the windows and the doors all have to have a certain energy efficiency, and the systems do too, like the water heater. Where when you go to the HERS, it's a performance based, so you can do trade-offs.
Mm-hmm.
So something could be a little better, or something can be a little less. So it's really hard to do a real apples to apples comparison, but theoretically, there are things because if you just built to the prescriptive code and then somebody went and rated it afterwards, it probably wouldn't hit the 47 or the 50. I'm assuming it would probably be a little bit above that. You'd have to make some upgrades to the building along the way to get it to meet the performance.
Actually, on our prescriptive code, it actually comes in usually less than the 50. So
less as in 46 or less as in 55?
Less efficient. I'm sorry. Less as far as the number wise.
So more efficient.
So it's more efficient.
Okay.
Yeah, because we have higher R values in the walls. Then, as Rob's saying, with the HERS, it's a trade-off. So your windows, instead of being the U30, might be a U35, but you're doing a trade-off somewhere else. Where on the prescriptive, it's basically, hey, this thou shall do this. It's a pretty simple process. And what we're finding is that they actually come in less than the 50 as far as the radians using the prescriptive.
Yeah, so just to wrap up, I mean,
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So to wrap up, I mean, certainly if we move forward with an RC amendment or RC appendix, it would have to have these amendments to make it doable. I'm more in support of the how we build the buildings than getting people to write the check for the net zero portion of it.
Just to clarify, are you, I heard what you said, if we're going to retain the appendix, then the amendments need to be passed. But are you, that's if, are you favoring keeping RC or not?
I'd say I'm in favor of going to the 2024 IECC as quickly as possible without the appendix would be like my first choice. And so if we do the 2024 IECC or the 2021 with the appendix, then I would add the amendments. But if I was drafting this all by myself, I would go to 2024 without that appendix.
Right, but we don't have the 24.
That's the direction I'm giving is bring us back to 2024 IECC without the appendix. It's not ready, so don't bring it back tonight. But
So
that's where I'd want to go.
Your direction, if I'm understanding it right, is your best scenario. We'll have to figure out what the council wants to do. But if you had your druthers, it would be waiting until Q1 and then eliminating whatever the equivalent of RC is at that time. Is that what you're saying, or are you not saying that? I mean, you're sort of
I'm saying that I think
the decision
the
on
messy
this one.
well, the messy part is what we don't have in front of us is an ordinance. So what I'd like to do tonight is pass an ordinance with these changes while we wait for the 2024 IECC, because doing nothing until March or April is another 6 months of people not being able to build. So I'm kind of in a catch-22 here, maybe not quite the right term, but I just we don't have an ordinance in front of us. So, and it's an imperfect thing, but bring this back instantly so we can pass something while we investigate over the next 5 months how to do this better. But to do nothing for 6 months would be a problem. So the problem is now, there's lots of things I want. I want to go quickly and do something, and I want to do it well with time and the right time, and when we really understand the 2024 IECC as quickly as possible, but I want to do that one really well. And when we have that conversation, I think I might be willing to get rid of the RC amendment because I care more about the specs of the building than the final net zero portion of what we're trying to accomplish.
I think I understand. You're sort of giving, it's both and, it's not one or the other. If I'm understanding, you're saying that you keep RC right now, but with the amendments, and then revisit, which I think is a very, we can talk about this, but I think is a really important thing that we'll have to do. I think staff is already talking to us, or tonight has talked to us about bringing 2024 back. I don't think that's a question. But what we do tonight is providing direction on what we have. And I think I got it. Yeah. Councilmember Bierman.
Yeah, my head is absolutely spinning. Is it any wonder why no one's building in our town? I mean, this just proves how complex this is. Oh, it's 50, it's 47, it's prescriptive, it's not prescriptive. We talk about removing complexity. I mean, we hear it all the time. We had a code that lots of people looked at, and we had to add to make it better, and we've done the absolute opposite. I think we've harmed ourselves because nothing's happening, right? So I'm starting to feel like Charlie Brown's teacher, wah, up here. I'm just being honest. I mean, this is, so I agree, Mayor Pro Tem and Hefner, we've got to remove the complexity and get to things where if people can just buy credits, that doesn't achieve what we're trying to do, right? So I'm almost in favor of like unwinding it to the 2021, direct council to spend their time and effort to getting us to 2024 as quickly as possible so that we can vote on that. But for compromise, I'm willing to do rolling back with the suggested amendments. But I don't want to have staff put any more time. I think Mr. Lombardo said it like, stop negotiating 2021. Let's focus on 2024, which is months away, right? So that's where I'd recommend. But I mean, if I'm a builder, I'm not touching Louisville for this very reason. And we're seeing it. So I think we've answered our own question.
So again, to clarify, you're talking about not moving back to 2021 without the appendix, but continuing with RC plus the amendments as the recommendation.
But if there's other people, I'd be willing to even roll it back to the 2021.
Understood. Next. Yeah, Councilmember Kern.
So I have a question, if I may. So could you clarify that with Appendix RC, are the two main components of this being that you need to hit a 47 Hurst rating versus the prescriptive, which might get you around 50, and you need to find either an on-site or an off-site renewable energy offset?
Right. It's as adopted now, you have to have a 47, and then you have to offset either on-site or off-site in the local solar garden, or it could be geothermal, or it could be solar on-site or solar off-site.
So the Mayor Pro Tem spoke a bit, and I really like a lot of the concepts he put forth. The analogy with creating code that is so completely different than all of the other communities. I know that there are builders, or I've heard, I should say, that there are some builders that don't want to build in Louisville because it is so different. And, it's a little bit more involved to follow it. Would it be possible for us to modify, or maybe there's no reason for the Appendix RC then, if we didn't do a renewable offset? If that component of it wasn't there? Because what I'm trying to figure, we keep talking about the 2024 codes, but we don't know when any of the improvements, like the energy improvements and things are, do we?
We might, but I think if we're doing what Councilmember Kern wants to do, it's just really getting the most efficient building, which Councilmember Dickinson said. We could go back to the prescriptive or a HERS, and which is what we have in the code, what we have in the base code. You can, if you want to just get rid of the offsets, we could keep the higher efficient building, allow a HERS of 50, or allow them to meet the prescriptive, but do away with the offsets. We wouldn't be adopting Appendix RC, I would say, but we would be adopting an amendment for those efficiencies.
And to the best of your knowledge, people who build a house to the prescriptive or to a Hurst rating of 50, are they still able to offset to achieve net zero if they wanted to? Or is it just not even, if you had a Hurst rating of 80, you probably couldn't, but would a 50, or is the magic number 47?
No, you could still offset. You just have to get more solar to do the offset. Again, that's something we talked about with the commercial code, because we talked about, do we want to do a net zero commercial code? And I think the consultant, Group 14, and what staff's recommendation is really we should be looking at the most efficient building that we can get. There were certainly more complex issues with the commercial offsets, but I think that's something that we've heard a lot too, going back to the RC, is we could just have the similar building efficiency but get rid of the offsets. Now, offsets in a solar garden don't necessarily cost more, but than the utility rate, but there are other issues with it that we found. I'll just leave it at that, because I don't want to take up more of the time for your deliberation.
Okay, you mean as far as accessibility to?
So there's accessibility so there is limitation in solar farms. So certainly people have been able to get into solar farms because But if we were building a 200 or 300 lot subdivision, I don't know, I don't know that we would or wouldn't have a problem.
Oh, I
But
see.
there could be a problem more than what we have now, where we just have a few dozen properties needing to find solar farm access.
And so, I think too, I mean, Excel Energy has some really great long-term goals of actually, and they're well on their way to providing most of their energy, if not all, through renewable resources. Am I stating that correctly from the best of your knowledge, from what Excel has come up with?
They have different goals. They have goals. I don't know what they are off the top of my head to transition over time.
So one of the things that I look at and say with this, especially if we were to keep it on the books, is at what point do we say, well, 100% of your energy from Excel is renewable because they have already converted to that, yet we still mandate you to have a solar farm. And obviously that wouldn't happen this year, unfortunately, but it will down the road, and then we're looking at addressing it again. So we still don't know about the 24. I wanted to ask you, like, in the 24, does it have a Hearst rating of 50 or 47 or?
I think things are going to change over time. The Appendix RC requires solar farm subscription for 15 years. And then you don't have to have anything, actually. Then you're just left with your efficient building. So the renewable offset is only required for 15 years. 15 years from now, these codes will probably have evolved significantly, and we'll be talking about different things also.
Yeah, I actually like the idea that we are not mandating the additional cost for on-site solar. It does sound, if the solar farms are available for people to join, I mean, I'm not 100% certain, other than like some upfront expenses that you would need to spend, that there's an additional cost to having that, like there is with solar. On-site solar, I mean. No, go ahead, comment. I mean, it's dialogue, it's a conversation.
There's often a membership cost, like you have to be a member of the solar farm,
Right.
and then you pay your energy costs of what you actually use. So there's like a membership fee, and then the use fee, and some of those membership fees, I don't know what happened with that, were supposed to be waived from Marshall Fire. People, they got a free membership to a particular solar farm, but again, that's not about our code.
Right.
But that would be one of the additional costs, is you're paying for the equipment with your membership, and then you're paying for the usage with your bill.
Right.
But it's all solar, and that's the idea.
And we've heard that potentially you'll pay less on the bill because Excel's rewarding you for using renewable energy through a partner of theirs to provide them with the power. I did do some reading over the weekend and found that you cannot, if your solar farm the portion that you own, I guess, if you're buying the equipment, if you generate more energy than your home needs, then it just goes into the Excel pot for everybody. You don't see credits or anything like that, versus if you chose on-site solar, you can bank anything that you don't use. On-site solar is very expensive, especially the upfront costs. I mean, assuming you could actually receive at some point all of the rebates, it becomes more affordable, but it's still very expensive by my standards. Like $30,000 after everything, best case scenario in the long term, is actually a lot of money to me. So I think when I talk to a lot of residents, that's a lot of money. That's the price of a car. And so I think to require that of somebody and being equitable in our community, I would agree with Councilmember Dickinson. I just don't like us mandating that on others. I like the energy efficiency improvements. I think that it sounds like meeting a 50 would be very attainable, or the prescriptive of the 2021. And that's similar enough to what other communities are already using, that it would not be like the complexities of the changes and amendments to our code if we were to just use that. Would that simplify for some of the builders that are building in multiple communities?
It would be, that's what the 21 is for a lot of other communities, and also the state code. As far as the 50.
And so we wouldn't have a prescriptive method to reach like a 47 or hearse rating, that would have to always be an energy rater that would be used, correct?
So we could adopt a prescriptive code that you wouldn't have to do a HERS rating at all. And that's what we've done in the past, and we up the efficiencies above the base code even in some instances. And then you get a more efficient building than the 21 code or the 24 code. We'll probably find areas that we can enhance the efficiencies. You can rate something that's been built to the prescriptive code and see where it comes out, but they're really different ways of doing it. So I just want that to be clear too. We would give people the choice probably that if you want to build a house, you can choose your adventure. You can meet our prescriptive, you just check the boxes, or you can go get a HERS rater and then build it to the specifications of the HERS rater, and we pick the number, whether it's 50 or what we pick.
Okay. And currently now, if a project such as the one that was just presented to us earlier, I think we make exceptions for homes that are of historical significance with this, but what about like the additions that are being put? Does that mean
they
that
would go to the prescriptive code because I believe, because you can't really then HERS rate a minor addition on a whole house, so you're just going to probably default to the prescriptive.
So you brought up a good point because this one that we looked at, the historic with the little guest house on the outside, they actually, the way the code's set up right now is they actually have to meet Appendix RC with that. With the HERS of 47, then solar, because it's a change of use. It went from a garage to a residence, and it's not attached. If it was an addition and it's attached, then it would be prescriptive. But that's a good example there, is that somebody that's doing that does have to meet the Appendix RC for net zero.
For me, I think it goes to an affordability factor. If there is one, I think that getting as close as we can. I mean, the net zero is not achieved through the building code. The net zero is being achieved through either on or off-site renewable energy, right? So it's not, we're not asking that people build to net zero. To, Mayor Pro Tem's point, we're asking people to buy their way to net zero rather than to build to it. I would be in favor of simplifying the code to make it clear that the homes do need to maintain this high energy, and this is a really high energy efficiency. If you look at new construction throughout the state of Colorado, are there many places that are built that have even a HERS rating below a 60? Probably not, that you could find even in Lafayette or Erie or Broomfield. You're not finding much of that. So for me, like this still meets all of our sustainability goals, which I am 100% in favor of. And I think we add the equitable piece in and allow it to be personal choice to spend the money to offset versus mandate spending the money to offset.
So you're proposing a slightly sort of a riff on or sort of an amendment or a new version of number one, the recommendation to lop off the renewable offsets?
Yeah, we wouldn't necessarily have to remove the appendix, but it seems like the primary part of Appendix RC is the renewable offsets. So in effect, it is removing the Appendix RC by doing that, because you're allowing prescriptive or the HERS rating, and you're not requiring renewable offset.
So you're advocating for removing RC. Okay. Others? Councilmember Hamilton.
I don't know if I should say thank you, Mayor, for calling on me or not. This is a complicated issue, maybe understatement of the night, and I'm really struggling here with what direction I well, not I, what direction to provide staff on this. When I'm looking at the recommendations right now, the 3 bullet points, and this is specifically for residential. I'm just focusing on, bullet point number 2, talking about standard of 50 rather than 47, was collected from feedback for experts in the community that the benefit of 47 over 50 doesn't necessarily outweigh the costs of that change. When I look at the 3rd bullet point about allowing passive houses, that includes the LSAB recommendation when I look at the memo. So we're considering both. But the thing I'm struggling with here is this doable within the, like, where we are right now with the resources that are available? Is this even an attainable goal? But we can't wait 6 months until the 2024 comes to our desk. So if we're going to move forward and keep it, I think having the changes that staff recommend are important, but I'm also not opposed to saying we need to start fresh, and really evaluate when 2024 comes around, RC and our community. It's not an answer, I know. This is a complicated issue, and that's the best I have right now.
I think it is 9:16, and to be honest, this is not to create any great trouble, but I think I'd like to take a break, because I think we're an hour and 15 minutes over break time, and we can talk after the break briefly about what we are thinking about the additional items that we have on the agenda. But let's take a break until 9:25. Right at 9:25, let's continue this discussion and bring it to an end. I'd love to do that right now, but I'm going to call a break right now. Thanks. Member Hefner, I'm going to, but I don't want her to start the tape until we get at least, is it? Okay, well, then. All right. All right, we're on. So all of this is being recorded. We've got a whole bunch of different ideas, and I want to get them focused so that we can get down to giving staff a firm direction. We do have a 2024 code coming. It won't be coming to us for another 6 months or so. But the policy issue remains regardless, okay? We need to give them direction on that. It'll be important when they're considering the 2024 code in any event. As I heard it, we've got, one proposal for all electric. We've got, at least initially, Councilmember Hefner and Bierman, and I think the Mayor Pro Tem with RC plus amendments. I'm not. I think Councilmember Hamilton was at that place, but I'm not sure entirely. So I'm going to ask her to clarify for just a minute.
Mayor, just for a point of order, I think we said we were going to do our 8 o'clock check-in on the agenda.
Oh, we are. I'd just like to get through this so badly. Yeah, we'll take time out to do that. I think that one of the things I was thinking about in the break is, at least with respect to the quasi-judicial item, which is F, we could bump that very easily. I'm kind of moving backwards here, but we've got mostly staff who are ready to talk about the flock issue. I know that the chief has been with us the whole evening, and we've got 2 people from the police department here. I think I may suggest that we put that one off unless there is some urgent time pressure on that, and maybe we can hear from the chief on that. Or
there would be no issue with that.
Okay. I'm just, because what I'm thinking is we've probably got a little more time on this one. It's important that we get this direction done. I think we do have some people here on the healthy snacks piece that have been very, very patient, and they've learned a whole bunch about moving buildings, and which I think was fascinating. Actually, I was watching them, and they were riveted on that, like the rest of us. Maybe the energy code, not quite so much, but maybe in the. But at any rate, I think trying to get through those 2, that is the IIEC and the healthy beverages piece, would be, I think we could call that a win if we were able to get through those. But do we have some thumbs up, some suggestions to do? Okay, that's what we're going to do. So if you are here, or if you're tuning in online, we are not going to be doing tonight items E and F. One is.
However,
Mayor,
one.
we do need the final
continue.
ordinance set to a date certain is the only thing.
Yes, so we can do that. We can do that now.
If you don't mind, Mayor, I think it's safe to just communicate to the public we won't be discussing that, but when we get to that item, we can continue it.
That's fine.
We don't have to do that now.
I just want to let people go. That's mostly, and get our expectations set. We can do the procedural piece as we come to them. Fair enough?
Yes, but if people are waiting for the public hearing on item F, they may be interested in knowing what date certain that is continued to.
Okay, well, let's deal with that one. I'm not sure we need to do anything on E except kick it over. All right, well, let's.
I'm going to suggest we set it to October 1st.
Okay, so we want to kick it over to October 1st. All right, I'm in the middle of this going to move to
Continue.
Please say continue.
Continue the hearing on ordinance number 1882, series 2024 to October 1st, 2024.
At 6 p.m.
At 6 p.m.
At 6 p.m. Got a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Good. So for those who are waiting, as we were talking about just a minute ago, anybody who's waiting for that item, they can come back on October 1st and to the public hearing. So E and F are final two items tonight. We're going to put that. No. We've already we're going to kick that one over. It's, the reason we did it that way was that's an ordinance, it's been noticed. There's supposed to be a public hearing tonight. We're continuing that, which means that it's still alive, doesn't have to be re-noticed and all of that. All right, so let's go back, if you will, to a few minutes ago. Because I want to make sure I understand a little bit about where everybody is. And I'll say something too about my own view, but I'm trying to understand what all of the options are that we have been considering, and whether anybody has, is convinced of, to change their positions based on what's been said. One of the options is all electric. That would be that, and that's what Councilmember Fahey said. And then, as I said, I think what I heard Councilmember Hefner say is moving forward with keeping the staff recommendation on that, or doing the staff recommendation and giving that as a direction. I understood that from Councilmember Bierman. I think I understood that from the Mayor Pro Tem as well. And I was going to ask Councilmember Hamilton to make, I thought I'd heard that for you as well, but I'm not sure.
I wasn't sure either before the break, but yes, I think with tonight, with what we have moving forward with staff recommendations for RC, we can reevaluate it when we look at 2024 to see if we want to keep it on or not. But for now, I think we keep it on. It incorporates both LSAB and experts from our community in bullet point 2.
All right, and is there any, did I get everybody else's position stay except for Councilmember Kern? My understanding from you, Councilmember Kern, was that you were suggesting the 2021 code without Appendix RC. Is that right?
Yeah, I thought that I had heard Councilmember Bierman mention that, and actually what I kind of took away from Councilmember Hefner and the Mayor Pro Tem is that they did not exactly agree with the mandated offsets. And so that's the component that I'm thinking that would be a recommendation. I was only saying if that's the main piece to the Appendix RC, then you could eliminate it, but it's the mandatory offset in any burden or cost that would put. The great example was a house that's being modified, historical or not, where a part of it would have to meet this mandatory offset, but a part of it would not. I like the high efficiency standards, the building code standards. I appreciate that, and I think that there's a lot of benefit to that, and a lot of all of the actual carbon reduction in building is there if you're not going to build passive. It's the mandatory requirement for the offset is the only piece of this that I am not in favor of continuing.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to comment on that? Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
So my understanding, the intention right now is to give staff direction for how to come back. And so I guess my point would be, is what we're asking, are we asking to come back as quickly as possible, like next week, except you can't because of all of the delays in posting and all that, first reading, second reading, but come back as quickly as you can with a fix, and then also come back as quickly as you can with a 2024, or are we saying, don't worry about a fix, we'll just write it out as it is until you're ready for 2024. So I think the direction I'm saying is come back as quickly as you can with these fixes. And in that conversation, two options should be yes or no on the well, not just Appendix RC. Yes, Appendix RC, but the offset, right? So again, if you kill the offset, you're kind of killing Appendix RC. But point being, like at that meeting, when we're approving a new ordinance, to have these three amendments, at that point, one of the options could be to just not do it, right? So I think there's a little error in trying tonight to tell you how we will decide on the ordinance you're bringing to. The point is bring us an ordinance, and that'll be one of the options. We should have an option between no amendment and an amendment with these, the RC amendment with these amendments. So that, I think that's clear, like we want that to come back quickly, and we're not making the decision tonight about that. That's not inappropriate, but certainly a waste of their time to bring back something that we clearly don't agree with, but I don't think there's anything clear tonight. So I think we need those options when it comes back, but the ordinance will be drafted a certain way, and we can change our mind that night.
Thanks for that clarification. I think there's no question that I hear on, nobody's raising a question, I certainly am not, that we should wait 6 months. Nobody's saying we should wait 6 months for anything. What I do hear is people would like to get some kind of shorter term revision. And it sounds like we do want to get an ordinance back from staff, and that there's, what I hear also from several of you, is there's some interest in revisiting what is right now Appendix RC in the future. But what I also have heard is a question of maybe not including the offset piece, but we can decide that maybe as an option when the director brings us back an ordinance. Yes, Councilmember.
I guess I would just question what's going to be different when it comes back as an ordinance that we can't give direction on the offset now. And what I think I'm hearing from at least that end of the dais is let's not do the offset because it's not really a building code feature, which I think that was actually very well argued. I agree with that. It has very little to do with the building. And if you get rid of the offset, Appendix RC isn't really doing that much more work. So why are we talking about keeping it at all? I'm fairly persuaded by that.
Others on how Councilmember Hefner just described that. It sounds like that's certainly, Councilmember Kern, that was my understanding from you. I can see a nod from Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Fahey, I'm not hearing that you've got a lot of love toward that, but I'm going to let you. Okay, and that's okay. How about? Yeah,
I agree with Councilman Hefner, and I may have gotten lost, but I'm also in favor of rolling this all the way back to the base code.
Right.
I'm not a big fan of RC. I think, and I'd love to know how it impacts ADUs, right? And maybe council or staff can chime in, but I'm I agree. If we get rid of the offsets, then it sort of defeats the purpose of RC appendix in the first place. So I'm in full agreement and willing to go even further.
Okay. And Councilmember Hamilton, is that?
Can we just get confirmation from staff one more time that by removing the renewable energy offset, it makes RC a moot point entirely?
Yes, I would agree with that. I think we would just embed the efficiency standard in the code itself and then not have the appendix RC if we don't have an offset.
And in your professional opinion, is the offset part of a building code traditionally, or is that outside the typical scope of building code 101?
So a lot of cities incorporate into their building codes energy offsets to achieve different goals. But I think it's not part of a building code as far as how the actual building is built, if that's what you mean. But it is part of many cities' building codes to have energy offsets for different types of building.
So it is not abnormal that we would have this in a building code?
No. I think many cities have energy offset requirements in building codes.
Okay. So with that, I'll stand with, for now, until we look at 2024, I support what staff's recommendations are in the packet.
Okay, and I'm comfortable and support what I think 4 of us on council have already articulated, which is to, as a result of cutting out the offset, recognizing that essentially sort of kills effectively the Appendix RC. So it's this, basically the staff recommendation minus any changes to RC, just elimination for the time being. That's the direction I think that we're articulating. People comfortable with that, except that, pardon? Councilmember Fahey said at 47 or 50. I mean, I think that's something we could address when the ordinance comes back, but
So just to clarify, I think what you're summarizing is that council's direction is to keep the energy efficiency rating, but not have the energy offset in whatever comes forward.
yes, I think that's right.
That's price efficient direction for us.
And that, does that eliminate Appendix RC or not?
Likely. I think we'll go back and figure out how to draft it.
All
But
right.
I think it would likely eliminate RC.
I think it's more important to give the direction that we want to eliminate the offsets than anything else. So that's, yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Well, I just want to make sure that that when we make this decision, there is understanding that professional experts explained that it is not abnormal to have the offset in a building code, and you guys are cool with that.
Okay, everybody cool with that? Not those who are supportive of that, those who aren't. What I'm hearing is that we've got a consensus, not a unanimous direction, but a consensus right now for you to come back with an ordinance as soon as possible with that in mind, with the recommendation we just made. And we look forward to 2024 on that issue. Let's move. Any other comments, clarifications? Right. All right, the next, can you put the next one is the mandatory all-electric heat pump systems for commercial space and water. I'm going to articulate something and see if there's just comfort on the part of council members, and if there isn't, let's talk about it. My suggestion is that staff's recommendation is a good one here, and I think we ought to accept it. Any disagreement? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
So I would like to add a couple things to consider for staff's recommendations. We've heard tonight that technologies are evolving. While supply chain can be a challenge, it's also constantly evolving and changing. Looking at LSAB's recommendations, looking at our community priorities, I'm wondering if council is more open to having, instead of changing this, saying you can opt out if you can show that your building cannot support an electric backup system, or if it's not in the supply chain right now, you just simply can't do it and it's a barrier to you doing your project.
Council members? Yeah. Councilmember Hefner.
I really like the idea. I think in concept, I worry in practice. I think a lot of the concerns we heard is sure, I mean, we could put in electric resistance backup, but it's impractical and it's going to cost a fortune. And where would we draw the line on that? Because of the issues with upgrading the electric service into the property and so on. And so what does it mean for it to sort of kill the project? I mean, is it double the cost, triple the cost? What? I mean, I don't know, but like we would end up in a line drawing exercise, I think, which isn't to say it's bad, but I think it would be difficult.
Member Tim.
Yeah, I like the recommendations. I think what I like is, it's keeping the concept of all electric, and then again, this is allowing gas backup, not allowing electric or gas heat. Like, it's not saying, oh, never mind, you can just do gas. It's still requiring an all electric system, but just with a gas backup, which again, my understanding, it's like you have diesel backup, you have battery backup, you have gas backup. If you didn't have an electric system, you might have an electric backup, but like you have a different fuel type, a different power source as your backup than the original, because if the electricity goes out, your electric backup doesn't do as much, right? So battery is an option, diesel is an option, natural gas is an option. We currently allow natural gas to the building for the uses, so it's already there potentially, and it's not being used except for backup. So I think that's a good resolution. It's not changing the concept of we want our commercial buildings to be all electric for heat pump space, space and water heating requirements. So I think that that's a decent adjustment to not saying, again, now I'm repeating myself, and then the limiting it to new construction as opposed to renovations. I think that's where you get into the super cost prohibitive. When you're starting from scratch, there are ways to do this that are not cost prohibitive, but when you're having to retrofit in, it becomes very, very difficult. So I think that does make more sense to me, at least again in the short term, as we look to do a more final version of this in 2025 with the 2024 IACC codes, that we're trying to button this up and understand this a little bit better. But in the meantime, they're not able to build. So I think I'm fine with these amendments to answer your question, Mayor.
Thank you, Member Tim. Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. And if I heard the staff correctly, this is the limitations in not being able to install gas backup has been the primary limitation for commercial buildings moving forward with the code that we have it currently?
So when it comes from a supply chain issue, yes, and it's supplemental, backup and supplemental, because the heat pump efficiencies in really cold weather need supplemental heat. Right. So, but yeah, that's the primary supply chain issue.
So I also think that as technology improves over, let's say, the next 5-8 years, and we see improvements in the pieces as businesses come in and, like end of life, maybe they've replaced one unit now and they only need like maybe 1 or 2 supplemental and backup gas. They don't need them all to be. They could be replacing things as they age out with better all-electric heat pump options when they improve that technology for those huge, because we're primarily talking about the really big commercial spaces, correct? You were talking about like the high ceilings and the vast spaces. We're not talking about like something that's 3,000 square feet, like a building center that's that small, right? For the most part.
It's the larger spaces that are having problems.
Okay. Because I think that there were a couple of public comments saying, like, partnering, working with PACE, and our sustainability team, I think already does that, and nicely, if I might add, with several small businesses that do have spaces where the technology is available for them. Is that correct? Is that correct? Am I stating a fact or reading into what we provided?
I don't think I totally understood the statement, yeah.
No, I guess I was thinking some of the smaller businesses that we have in town are taking advantage of some of the sustainability programs, they partner with PACE.
We're active in PACE, and our sustainability staff helps businesses take advantage of the PACE program.
Okay, good. So I just wanted to clarify that we actually are doing that for the businesses that do have the capability to go all electric and all heat pump. They're able to take advantage of that and assist them with that process, correct?
They're eligible to take part in that, yes.
That's great. So I think for the particular circumstances that we're talking about, I think that a lot of businesses are already getting the assistance, and we're continuing to add to that for the smaller commercial structures, which is great, making them more efficient. And I think in the large ones that aren't able to move forward, this would facilitate them being able to open, move forward, and as technology improves, replace out those pieces. So I'm in favor of taking the staff's recommendations.
Thank you. Councilmember Fahey, would you like to? You're okay with it? Okay. Others? Any other? Okay. I'm supportive of these recommendations. I think they're good ones, and it just gives choice. I mean, this is just, I think folks, as the technology improves, they're going to want to migrate, and the question is whether to do it right now. Councilmember, okay. So I think on that one, I think the consensus is that we like staff recommendation. Everybody, thumbs up or thumbs sideways or down, thumbs up. Sideways. Okay, we got one sideways. Oh, and one, do you want to be heard on that further?
No, I think I already stated earlier.
Okay.
I'm good.
Good. All right, let's move to the last one, which is modeling. I'm not going to frame this one or suggest a resolution yet, but I'd like to hear comments. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm in support of it. Again, this is, if you read the recommendations, removing sub-metering requirements, I've heard that from a lot of people, like, oh my, this is crazy. We have to sub-meter every component. Again, this isn't for a more efficient building. It's just for monitoring, right? And so, like, having to do a bunch of sub-metering within a building for each part of the piece is cost prohibitive, difficult, and provides no actual benefit. Removing post-construction documentation, 1-year compliance check, and monitoring requirements, that is tough, right? Because you're trying, we put this thing in place, we want to make sure you're doing it right, and so we want to monitor it, right? But it's super expensive and complicated and hard to, again, once the building's done, now it's just, at this point, maybe punitive and trying to corrective and make them do different things. But again, these are building experts that see what they've done. And again, if it's prescriptive and otherwise being scored when they build it, there shouldn't be big surprises in the out years of oh, it's not working at all. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I think we can handle no one comes to my house, 2 years later and checks in on the things that I built, right? you follow the code when you're building it. So I don't think this is super necessary. And then the last piece just seems like cleaning up the R1 and R2 occupancy. So I don't find any of these to be very controversial. I don't see any of them as diminishing the environmental impact of the code that we put in place. They're just making it simpler and more straightforward and less mystery and less cost. So I support all three of the bullet point amendments.
Other council members? Oh, okay. Councilmember Kern, you have a
I'm
physical
just
look on
curious,
your
with
face.
the staff recommendations, it's removing pretty much all the substance of Appendix PT. What is left?
You'd still have to model and build to the intended standard. It's the compliance, it's the post-construction compliance that we're removing, but the construction standard that you'd be having to meet at the building, at time of building would stay the same.
So, because it says in here that and I'm so sorry if I don't know the absolute details of the Appendix PT, but it says here you're recommending clarifying that R1 and R2 occupancies shall be subject to Appendix PT rather than Appendix RC. So is there some kind of a mandatory offset, or, I mean,
You
what's
can
the
achieve
substitution?
you can achieve PT through offsets voluntarily. There's no mandatory offsets. You just have to hit your score, and I think they'll often use offsets to get there.
And what is the score that we require under Appendix PT?
So
The Hearst rating?
So yeah, it's kind of analogy. It's kind of like doing a HERS on residential with the PT, and there's different ratings on the different types. So like a multifamily, the R1, R2 would have to meet a 32, and then a small office space would have to hit a 19, medium office 23. So the kind of the same thing. The less the number is, the more efficient it is.
How do those numbers rate? Because I think a lot of us have an understanding of the energy efficiency of the Hearst rating of like a 47 or a 50. How do those numbers compare energy efficiency wise or sustainably?
That's a good question. This is where actually an actual rater has to do it, because this is part of the energy code that it's a
Right. So this energy rating is BTU per square feet. So that's energy use per square foot. I think hers is probably more complicated than that, actually.
It is, yeah. So on this, the rating would be done by an engineering firm.
What I was trying to find out though is if you guys know, and
I don't think we can easily say. I don't know that a 32 HERS meets a 32 EUI. I think we'd have to really dig into that research. I don't know.
So I think that we're talking about the energy efficiency of these buildings. We understand HERS. I mean, the point of it is to pass something so that they are more energy efficient, they emit less greenhouse gas emissions. I would want to understand before we move forward, and if you, I mean, I think I agree with removing some of the sub-metering requirements, as long as there's obviously the same, like, inspector checks at the, before they have their occupancy given to them. But I would like the clarification on what those numbers, what those standards really translate into. Are they stringent enough? Are they a high, with all the different ones based on the rating? I'd be curious, like, is that what we're trying to achieve? Are they required,
I would say it's a high efficiency standard. It's going to be a much more efficient standard than the base IECC.
Then, okay, interesting. Yeah. No, so it's maintaining that standard. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm interested. So the energy use index is just based on how much energy a building is using, but not how efficiently the building is constructed or insulated. Is that right?
It's measuring it by the amount of energy, but how you achieve that is the efficiency of the building. Because a 10,000 square foot office building, that's built efficiently will use much less energy than one that isn't, but you're measuring it by the amount of energy used. It's one of those performance things where we don't tell you exactly how to build it, so the engineer, the architect could do the trade-offs, figure out exactly how to hit the efficiency rating. You know, they could decide if they want to increase insulation here or there, or, you know, how they want to treat the building envelope in different ways, instead of us saying every wall has to have a R value of 20. Yeah.
Okay, so there are no construction requirements then in the construction of the building, just in the energy use after it's constructed?
Yeah, this is just the energy use of the building and where the R values are going in the walls and what the R values are and the U values in the windows and how many windows are facing south. If it's a heating degree day, they look at that, and then also how many windows are in the north for loss of energy. So
Okay.
they put that all together to come up with this number.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so, yeah, are you, Councilmember Hamilton? I didn't know whether you were thumbs up or whether you were.
Oh, I'll go like this. I am on board with these recommendations. Looking at the LSAB memo, they seem to be okay with the first two bullet points of removing sub-metering and the post-construction documentation. And I think my fellow council members have made good points as well related to those bullet points. So this is the one where I could give a solid thumbs up.
And I'm comfortable with those changes. I think it's going to keep, certainly a portion of the appendix PT, but gets rid of some of the more onerous pieces of this. And so I'm in favor of the recommendation. Do we have unanimity on one? Do we have a thumbs up for everybody on this, or? Okay. Well, there you go. So I guess pulling back, I think do you have direction from us that you're comfortable that, okay. With these changes, do you believe that, the folks who have projects in the pipeline will have clarity as to what they need to do, and that I'm asking you to kind of predict this, that they will be able to go forward, or do you?
I think once it's adopted, they'll be able to move forward. So I think we'll bring the amendment back as soon as we can.
Good. Yeah. All right. Any other comments before we move on? Thank you for all the work that's been done. Thank you to LSAB and the work that they did. Thank you to all the people who talked about this and who've worked on this since, I will say, since December 2022 and before that. But I think this kind of puts the current council's imprimatur on it. I think this should be very clear to, hopefully, to all of the businesses and to residents, to the BCBOA and staff. And I'm glad we have been able to move this forward. So thank you to everybody. Really good discussion, good comments, good public comment, the whole 9 yards. And I'm appreciative that we were finally able to get to the point of directing, and we'll get to a point of having a ordinance as soon as we can do it. So thank you. All right, let's move on to ordinance number 1883, series 2024, an ordinance amending the municipal code to require restaurants to offer healthy beverages and children's meals. Second reading. public hearing. I'm going to open with a staff presentation.
So I have about a 45-minute presentation, 35 slides, no?
I think the probably the city manager may have some comment about that, but no, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm going to keep it short for you this evening. The Boulder County Public Health, with its Healthy Kids Menus program, has asked City Council to consider an ordinance that would address how how restaurants advertise sugary drinks to kids on their menus. The draft ordinance that you have in your packet would require that healthy beverages, something like water or milk, are what is listed on the menu with a kid's meal. It does not, however, preclude a restaurant from serving different drinks or selling different drinks with those kids' meals if it's requested. As written, the ordinance would not take effect until April 1st, 2025, to allow restaurants to come into compliance. During that time, city staff, along with help from the health department, would do some advertising, so make sure everybody knows what's happening and knows what's going on. The Boulder County Public Health also does have money available to help restaurants reprint their menus if necessary. Additionally, Boulder County Health staff will check for compliance with the ordinance. At the same time, it does its annual food safety checks, so the city staff doesn't have to do that. Lafayette uses this approach, and they say it works quite well for them. So the second reading you have in front of you does include a couple of changes. These came upon the request of the Colorado Restaurant Association. They're very minor. One updates the definition of a restaurant. One removes the reference to city inspector, since we're going to have the health department do that. We can change that later if we ever wanted to. Additionally, it provides that restaurants that do receive a warning for not having come into compliance have 90 days to come into compliance. So those were the requests of the Restaurant Association. We did include those in your second reading amendments. Staff recommends approval with or without whatever changes you guys would like to make this evening.
Council questions? Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. I just wanted to, and maybe we need to wait, so stop me if I'm getting ahead, but to get the clarification for default beverage, it says beverage means the drink that is automatically included or offered, not just the beverage that is offered. My understanding was that it would be the beverage that would be offered, but there would be other options included.
Yes, you could have any option upon request, but what's listed on the menu would be the healthy option.
Then in the ordinance, under the definitions for default beverage, like we did it under, it says, it's chapter 5.26, healthy beverages and children's meals, definitions, it says default beverage means the drink that is automatically included or offered in the children's meal. So I think more accurately it would read that is automatically offered in the children's meal. So that other beverages can be included in the price of a children's meal. It just wouldn't be offered or listed. But if a parent asked for an orange juice or an apple juice, that it would, and the restaurant has that, like, then that's part of what is their included, but it's not offered. So the default beverage would be automatically offered, not just included. Because the default beverage we're saying is just milk and water. So milk and water are automatically offered in a children's meal, but other things could be included. And my concern is that the way that this reads, it doesn't read that all beverages that a restaurant would normally include with a children's meal are included for that price, but instead only milk and water are included for the price. I think the intention was milk and water would be offered as the primary and only offering, but that the others would be included if requested.
As a suggestion, because I had this conversation earlier, what we could do is and change a little bit further down, we could change it to say nothing in this section prohibits a restaurant's ability to sell or to substitute at no cost, or the customer's ability to purchase or choose any other beverage.
Yeah, as long as it is very clear to the restaurants that they should not necessarily be charging somebody like $3.99 for an adult serving of a non-milk or water item to a child if that is what they request to go with the meal. Like if an adult wants their child, it's their birthday, to have the child size of root beer, it should be part of this and part of the included meal versus, sorry, you're gonna pay $3.99 and here's your giant dad size root beer.
I think we can make that clear.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay. On public comment, you probably remember this from earlier, but I'll just say it again. That, you get 3 minutes to provide public comment. You don't have to take the full 3 minutes. You can also, if you want, say that you agree with the last person. If you're talking about similar things, which sometimes happens, you're welcome to say whatever you like. If you want to pool your time, one or, 2 or more people, and have one person speak, that's fine too. You get 6 minutes. Again, you don't have to speak the whole time. But you guys have seen the entire evening people making use of public comment or not, and you know now kind of how that works, but I wanted to mention that. So, because I know most of you are going to school tomorrow. Not everybody necessarily, but we want to try to move this forward. And so let's take some public comment.
Lexi Nolan, followed by Rosa Stillwell.
Good evening, Mayor Lee and City Council members. I'm Lexi Nolan, and I'm the Executive Director of Boulder County Public Health. I'm just gonna remind us of a little bit of the evidence base around this kind of a policy. Science shows that sugary drinks are currently a major culprit contributing to chronic disease in the United States. Our experts agree that they should not be offered to children. Guidelines from the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Academy for Nutrition and Dietetics, the American Heart Association, the American Academy of Pediatric Dentistry all recommend that young children should only be drinking water or unflavored milk. We know that sugary beverages are a major source of sugar in our diets. They're the #1 source of added sugars in the American diet, which is strongly associated with heart disease, colon cancer, depression, diabetes. We are at a point where kids born after 2000 have a 1 in 3 chance of developing diabetes, and 1 out of 2 children of color will develop diabetes. So this is a really important contributing factor to chronic disease in our kids as they go through their lifetime. We also know that marketing plays an important role in how we see inequities in this space. The beverage industry's focus on marketing focus on kids, especially kids of color, causes our Latino children to be even more impacted by sugary drinks. In Colorado, about 19% of all children drink 1 or more sugary drinks a day, compared to 30% of our Latino children. And the negative health outcomes, of course, parallel the differences in consumption. Passing this ordinance will ensure that all restaurants in Louisville, including lower cost chains, offer healthy drinks to all of our Louisville children, and is an important step towards health equity. Creating norms for children's diets is really important in this space. We want to make the healthy choice the easy choice. It's not a matter of limiting options. It's really just a matter of making it an easier pathway into normalizing intake of healthy foods. When a sugary drink becomes the norm for a child that's 4 to 6 years old, it'll likely be their go-to drink as an adult, leading to this host of health issues that we see. And removing sugary drinks from the children's menus can send a signal that they're not appropriate for everyday beverages for children. You still have your birthdays and those special occasions, but just as a normal course of getting food, the healthy choice is the better choice. Ultimately, we really want to support parents who are striving to promote the health of their children. Voting yes not only supports kids' health, but also sustainability in the environment. Coca-Cola produces 120 billion throwaway plastic bottles a year, and a single liter of Coke requires up to 618 liters of water to produce.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Executive Director.
Rosa Stillwell, followed by Amanda Zhu.
Good evening, Mayor Lehman and council members. My name is Rosa Stillwell. I am here as a mom and as a Boulder County Public Health Restaurant Inspector. I want to share my perspective on the healthy drinks and children's meals policy from both perspectives. As a mom, I work hard to raise healthy kids, and I can tell you that it is really challenging to raise healthy kids in our current environment. Children are bombarded by advertisements for sugary drinks, making it an uphill battle for them to make healthy choices. My children, now mostly adults and teenagers now, and I can tell you that when they were little, we went out to eat. It made it so easy when my children's choices were milk or water, and we didn't have to argue about soda or chocolate milk. When I had to battle my kids about their drinks at the restaurant, it just ruined the experience of eating out for all of us, and I truly appreciated the restaurants that offer healthy options. As a public health inspector, we check the restaurant's menu as part of our regular inspection. In Lafayette and Longmont, where there are similar ordinances, we also look at the children's menu to see what beverages are offered. In my experience, restaurants have not had a hard time shifting to offering healthy drinks on their kids' menus because parents still have a choice. Our goal at Boulder County Public Health is to work in partnership with restaurants and with the community. We want restaurants to be successful, and we want our kids to be healthy. This ordinance makes it possible for both of those things to happen. I respectfully ask that you support the healthy drinks and children's meals policy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Amanda Zhu, to be followed by Jessica Valley Ruvalcaba.
Hello everyone, my name is Amanda Zhou and I am a junior at Peak to Peak High School. So before I start speaking about the ordinance our group is advocating for, I'd like to start with my own personal story. Ever since I was a kid, I hated drinking water. All I wanted was to have a Coca-Cola with every single meal I had, but then when I turned 12, I was diagnosed with prediabetes. As I got older and researched my diagnosis, I learned more and more about the relationship between easily consumable, low-quality sugars like sodas and sugary drinks and type 2 diabetes. My uncle, who regularly drank sugary drinks, developed severe type 2 diabetes, and my grandpa passed away from kidney complications from type 2 diabetes. Almost 20% of youth have obesity. Almost 30% of youth have prediabetes. Obesity and prediabetes puts them at much greater risk for developing diabetes later in life. Fortunately, neither of these need medical treatment. They can be reversed through a healthy diet and lifestyle in most cases. But once they progress to type 2 diabetes, this is no longer the case. The changes we need to implement in the American diet and lifestyle are complex and difficult, but there is one change we can all agree to as a community. Low-quality sugary drinks like sodas offer no health benefits. Just one can of regular Sprite can constitute more than twice a child's recommended daily sugar intake. Even worse, they don't promote feelings of fullness, which encourages more consumption. At the same time, they're often marketed towards children who typically have more difficulty controlling their sugar intake than adults do. One easy solution is to remove sugary drinks from youth menus, which will encourage children to make healthier choices. And I often wonder what would have been different for me if sugary drinks had never been an option. The benefits are clear. Passing this ordinance will surely make a positive impact on our community's health and future. We could stand as role models to encourage other cities to do the same. So please vote yes for the Healthy Drinks and Kids Meals Ordinance tonight.
Thank you very much.
Next is Jessica, whose last name I totally slaughtered last time. And followed by that will be Seth Kramer.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Valle Rubalcaba, and I am the Neighbor Engagement Manager at Community Food Share, which is a food bank that serves Boulder and Broomfield counties. In 2017, while still in high school, I helped pass Lafayette's Healthy Drink and Kids Meal Policy. Tonight, I'm here to express my strong support for the Healthy Drinks and Children's Meals Ordinance, which will help restaurants promote the health of Louisville's children. Sugary drinks, like fruit drinks with added sugars, sport drinks, and sodas, present significant health risks for children. On average, kids are consuming 30 gallons of sugary drinks every year, which is enough to fill a bathtub. A single 12-ounce kid-sized soda contains 10 teaspoons of sugar, which is more than AHA's recommended for a child's entire daily intake. Shockingly, 60% of the added sugars in children's diets come from beverages. Healthy drink options should be readily accessible, especially in places where kids and families spend time. Water should be available in public places, and healthy drinks should be priced competitively or even lower than sugary options. Families today are eating out more often due to hectic schedules and the rising affordability of restaurant meals. What used to be an occasional treat has now become a necessity for many families that are balancing long work and school hours. In fact, Americans are now spending more of their food budget on meals prepared outside of the home, and children alone consume about a quarter of their meals while eating out. The average child eats out 2 to 3 times a week, so if they have a sugary drink with each meal, they'll end up consuming about 21 cups of sugar over the course of a year. Restaurants have the opportunity to support parents making kids' meals healthier. Offering water or milk with kids' meals is a simple and effective first step. Every child deserves a healthy upbringing, and that starts with making healthier beverages available. Here in Louisville, our local restaurant community have been very proactive, with nearly all locally owned establishments voluntarily removing sugary drinks from kids' meals, which is what we saw in Lafayette as well. However, local chain restaurants can't just adjust their menu without a law in place. These chains often offer affordable meals, with many low-income families rely on. Passing the Healthy Drinks and Kids Meals Ordinance is essential for promoting health equity in Louisville. Parents are asking for healthier options and want to cut down on the constant requests for junk food and sugary drinks. Please support the Healthy Drinks and Children's Meals Ordinance, making the healthy choice an easy choice for all of Louisville's kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Seth Kramer.
Hi, I'm Seth Kramer, Louisville resident here. I'm also a physician who specializes in obesity and diabetes care. And for years, I've been taking care of our young kids who have diabetes and have increased weight. Just this last week, I took care of about 2 or 3 8-year-olds who have diabetes already and who have fatty liver disease that we are trying to reverse. We know that diet and sugary drinks contribute to it. It's not the only thing, but is one major factor that adds to it. I would love to be put out of business and not have to do this, but I see so many kids every single week with this. Several of them are local here in Louisville, so it's here in our town. It's not just in the surrounding towns or in Denver or on the outskirts. I'd highly encourage you to pass this ordinance. Join Lafayette, Longmont, Golden, Denver. We can be there too to help bring this forward and make some changes here. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Any others? Going once? Twice? All right. Let's come back to council discussion then that's the first round. There'll be a second round of public comment on this because it's an ordinance. But why don't we have any council comments right now? No? Okay. I'll make only one comment, which is I really appreciate the patience that you've shown. There's a lot more about this that I really appreciate. The way you've gone about bringing this, we've got a great piece of public policy and a lot of lessons you could teach a lot of adults about how to go create an ordinance like this. Not betraying how I am likely to vote, but let's go with the second round of public comment. Have any of you changed your minds about public comment in the last 2 minutes? Because please come forward. We don't want to discourage you. You're welcome to come forward. All right. Seeing none, let's come back to council. Council or Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I think this is great. I think it's a good balance of all the things that you guys have talked about. I am also a parent of 3, and soda is special. It is not something we do all the time, but it is really hard when you go somewhere and, would you like a root beer? Like, okay. Now you're going through the decision, do I allow that or not? Because this other adult just offered it to my kid, and now I have to deal with that, right? So it's a pretty simple thing, and of course, even just the other night, we were having a special dinner, and our kid got water, and it's like, do you want like a Sprite? Like, no, I'm fine. I'm like, okay. And it's like, we had that option. We can do that. We can make those decisions, and so I think it's super flexible, but it will have a major impact. So it's really well crafted, and to have the restaurant industry behind it is a really good sign that that's well done, and excited to support it.
Others, yeah. Councilmember Hefner.
I'll just briefly add my thanks and congratulations on a really exceptionally well-run campaign. I think not only a great campaign, a worthy cause, and a solution to the worthy cause that garnered the support of the Restaurant Association, which I'm sure was no easy feat. So thank you all. Really appreciate your time and effort.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you to this group for the work that you've done leading up to this. The fact that you engage so closely with our restaurant community, got buy-in, and have the resources to support this change is phenomenal, because the health and well-being of our children in Louisville is very important to the city as an organization and the residents of Louisville as well. If the mayor's open to it, I'd like to make a motion.
It doesn't matter whether the mayor's open to it, but he is.
Okay, I didn't know I
Regardless.
wielded that sort of authority.
Yeah, I guess I do have to close the public hearing, don't I? Sorry about that. Sorry. Close the public hearing. Now you may.
Okay, thank you. I would move to pass ordinance number 1883, Series 2024, with the amendment that in section 5-26-020, we add the or substitute at no cost text to section C.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just wanted to make a comment since I didn't get a chance. I agree. Thank you for doing the kind of legwork. It's rarely seen, but I think it was the engagement with the restaurant community, and specifically the small business owners in the community, getting them to say yes. Really well done. And thank you for actually taking the time to better explain your positions on multiple occasions to us. It's been very helpful, and I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
All right. Let's take a roll call.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Councilmember Bierman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey?
Yes.
Councilmember Kern?
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner?
Yes.
Mayor Lay?
Congratulations. Thank you for doing this for our city. All right, city attorney's report.
No report, thanks.
Okay. Council comments, committee reports, and identification of future agenda items. I have a couple. One, I've talked to, just had a couple of meetings with one-on-ones, but I'd like to start council thinking about potentially reinstituting study sessions. I had an experience last week of doing this Mayor's Academy, which is, for lack of a better term, kind of remedial. No, it's not remedial. It's nice to have been a mayor for a little while, but this is designed to give us some skills and some knowledge that we didn't have. And it was nice to sit in meetings where we're just learning about things we didn't know. And we gave up study sessions years ago because we couldn't help ourselves in giving direction. But I just hope that people will think about this. You can give me input or whatnot, but I think we can be disciplined enough not to do that in the service of learning about policy area. For example, mental health, I think, is one of those that's, for me, pretty critical. I think the second item that I had was I went to a meeting over at BVSD this afternoon over at Monarch High School, and it was held in their wellness center, which is pretty phenomenal. I didn't know about it, but they've got wellness center for both teachers, which has gotten funded through a grant, and for kids. But the efforts that are being made in this area are astonishing. This was a meeting that was sort of called by the Attorney General, who has money that he's getting from settlements, Juul settlement, the settlement on Juul, Juul, the vaping, and others that they have from time to time. And it is, he was kind of flabbergasted about how many wonderful things our school system and that school is doing for its kids in the mental health space. And I thought that was really spoke well for our community, spoke well for the school district. And you know, this sort of was health, safety, welfare. We had the same folks who spoke to you all about preparedness, talking about some of the security issues that they're dealing with on Safe to Tell. And it was really a remarkable effort. So our school system, and our public safety, it's unfortunate that the chief is not here because he got called out as a terrific partner with the school district, and that's wonderful to hear. So anyway, I wanted to throw that out to y'all. Any other committee reports? Okay. The other thing, forgot to say this, we may think about the possibility of moving committee reports to item 6, I think it is, isn't it? Our council comments, because council information items are not on the agenda. The reason for that is I think by the time we get to these meetings, we have, like, everybody is just spent. And I think it's really important for us not to be deterred from mentioning what's been going on in Dr. Cog or on EDC or me on the Metro Mayors and so on. I think it's you know, it's a shame that at this stage, like, nobody's here to hear it except one another. And I think it would show the public kind of some of the full range of things we're actually doing. So it strikes me as a pretty good thing. And there's, you know, I am always open to how we run the meetings, maybe differently. Several of you have offered some suggestions that are really interesting, and we may follow up and talk about those, but we don't need to do that tonight. Anything else? All right, we need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Any second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed?